Kelly, do I need to press start webinar?
No,
Okay,
just runs this session.
great. All right, it is now 4 p.m. on October 15, 2024, and this is the City of Iowa City Work Session. And I am going to get us started with item number 1, clarification of agenda items.
Mayor, I do have one item, or two items that I'd like to mention. Staff has requested that we pull out 7A and 7C for separate consideration. 7A is the Bradford Drive water main replacement. These are both setting public hearings. And 7C is the high service variable frequency drive replacement pump for the water division. We were overly optimistic that the plans and specs would all be ready for tonight, and they're not quite ready. So you'll see these reintroduced at another item, but we're going to ask you to pull them, and Public Works Director Ron Konecki will come up and ask you to vote those down so that we can reestablish at a future meeting.
Any other items for clarification of agenda items?
I guess I have a question on that specifically. Is there a reason why we would vote it down as opposed to defer? Or
Well-
is there any distinction?
The item sets a public hearing for the next meeting, so if we were
Gotcha.
to, yeah.
Sure.
Hearing no other items, we're going to move on to item number 2, information packet, October 3rd. All right, am I waiting for you? No. No, okay. October 10th, information packet. All right. So IP5, we do have the joint entities meeting on October 21st. And wondering if there are any topics for consideration that we want to submit.
Do we still have on the agenda for that meeting food insecurity contributions between the entities? I know we discussed that previously. Yeah. Okay.
Any other topics for consideration?
I'm not sure if it would be something to pull together this quickly, but we had also asked for an update on the Early Childhood Coalition about where their work is heading. I know that they've continued to have conversations and meetings.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you.
Are people okay if we reach out and find out if they are available? Okay.
And actually, could we invite community to attend to talk about the food insecurity issues, particularly the issues with the food bank?
Is this a I wasn't able to make the last joint entities meeting. Is that a carryover item?
No, that was a new item that we discussed at a previous meeting. I'm not sure
At a
exactly
previous
which date.
council meeting?
Yeah, and
Okay.
we decided that we would put it on the next joint entities.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think through the other food pantries in the area and whether they would need
Yeah.
an invite as well.
Yeah, I think absolutely.
Okay.
And I assume that would include table to table.
I think what I would do, just because I'm a little out of my element in that space, is just rely on community, encourage them to bring the partners to the table. Is everybody comfortable with that? That way I'm not leaving anybody out. Okay.
All right. Hearing no other items.
I did want to, I'm sorry,
sure.
I was just not quick enough. I wondered if anyone had any thoughts about the memo from the assistant city manager about deer hunting. We had had that discussion in the presentation, and I just wondered if anyone had further thoughts now that there's been time to kind of adjust. I thought it looked very good.
So that's one of our items 4, so we'll probably talk about that in a little bit.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to move on to USG, which is item number 3, and University of Iowa student government updates. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Matthew's class ran a little bit late this evening, so it'll be me giving announcements. I recently started writing some legislation to get $4,000 approved out of our budget to go towards our lease gap program, because the university has partnered with the Graduate Hotel for a new program home since the House Hotel is closing. We've reached out to Operations Director Curtis Brenton to initiate USG's purchase of some city parking vouchers for Finals Week and Dead Week. We're really excited to continue working on this. And we're also currently working with our new governmental relations senators to get their initiatives going. And we look forward to hopefully getting them in contact with some of you guys and to educate them about things going on in the city and some things about zoning reform and stuff like that. So thanks.
Great. Thank you. All right, we're on item number 4, which is opportunities to expand bow hunting in or around Manville Heights. And it looked like Kirk is coming up. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Kirk Lehman, Assistant City Manager. This is just a follow-up from our last meeting where we discussed, different possibilities that we can look at to expand bow hunting within the Manville Heights neighborhood. Just in case, for the record, for background, for others who might not be familiar, our bow hunting season is part of our deer management plan that includes 5 years of bow hunting, the potential for a sharpshoot after 2026 with the approval by the state, and then also non-lethal strategies as well. Our 2024 to 2025 bow hunt has already started, and it runs through January 10th. We do have a set of bow hunt rules as well that guides those. So that includes things like hunter registration, stand approval, separation distances, and we also have a process where the city can approve public property to be included in the hunt. So that's just kind of background for this. Within the Manville Heights neighborhood itself, it's tricky just because, as we discussed last time, there's not a lot of private property that is currently available for the hunt as the hunt rules currently stand. And so at our last meeting, I discussed 3 approaches, and you all came back and said we would like to pursue all 3. So that is what I'm here to talk about today. In terms of the different approaches that we recommended, first was to try to change the rules of the hunt to expand where hunting might be allowed. Second is to reach out to targeted property owners. And then finally is to look at city-owned properties within the Manville Heights neighborhood that might be appropriate for hunting, along with some potential stipulations to ensure the safety of the hunt. I did provide a memo dated October 10th, which is what I'm basically going to go through today, just to give you an overview, give you a chance to ask questions about what we're proposing. Within that packet, I do include a first attachment, which is the revised rules of the hunt that would go into effect. That would require a resolution, so I'd bring that back to you at your next meeting potentially, if that is something you want to move forward with. And then an attachment 2, which shows the 2 public properties that we've discussed opening for the hunt. So with that, I'll just dive into the hunt rules and the few changes that we've talked about. I'll talk a little bit about the contacts that we propose making, and then the public property that we intend or that we recommend to allow hunting on. So in terms of hunting, as we discussed last time, there is a limit on the number of waivers allowed for separation distance. So when I say that, what I mean is hunting is not allowed within 150 feet of buildings, of property lines, of rights of way, of trails, of schools, and other similar properties. But there is an opportunity for private property owners or public property owners to waive the right to that 150-foot requirement for certain characteristics. So that would include property lines, that would include distance from buildings, for example. But currently that is capped at 3 waivers for any given location to be allowed to hunt. What we are proposing in the rule change that's included in attachment 1 would be to just remove that requirement. What that means in effect is that as long as all property owners within 150 feet consent to allow hunting within that 150-foot separation buffer, then hunting could be allowed within that property. Now, that's not to say that you can waive things like setbacks from right-of-way. That would not be allowed still, but it would allow in larger blocks where there's lots of property owners, would allow them to potentially allow hunting on the property if everyone consented. It does in no way require that property owners within 150 feet consent to that. In addition to that, there are also some slight modifications to the language related to hunting near trails and near parks. That is specifically to allow hunting in the locations that I propose as kind of that third tranche of options to try and encourage additional hunting within the Manville Heights neighborhood. So like I said, the hunt rules have been adopted by resolution in the past, and so we would want to bring that before you again as a resolution to approve, should you choose to approve it or to consider it at your next meeting. The next tranche of outreach that we discussed would be specifically mailing property owners that might be eligible to allow hunting at their properties. What we'd propose is basically waiting until any new rules are finalized, because that will determine what properties might be eligible for hunting. We would then pull the addresses of those that might have a location on their property and just mail out a letter saying, hey, we'd love you to participate, or you might be eligible to participate in our hunt. We're encouraging it as part of our deer management strategies. If you're interested, contact the city. These are the rules, et cetera. That would include outreach to the University of Iowa as well. But again, we wouldn't pursue that until we had those updated rules, because we want to make sure that the property owners that we contact are those locations that might be eligible for the hunt. And then finally, you had asked about adding more city-owned properties, specifically within Manville Heights. Staff does, I'm going to open up the memo just to go to the map because it's easier that way. Included as attachment 2 within the packet. The two locations that staff had tentatively identified previously was property near the Ned Ashton House, and then also property near City Park, including City Park itself. So staff proposes allowing hunting within those locations as shown in this attachment 2, subject to a couple additional limitations that we don't have on other city-owned properties. First would be that hunting times and locations would be restricted to avoid periods of heavy use and areas with programmed activities. Those would be approved by the Director of Parks and Recreation to ensure that we aren't disturbing other users of the property. And I did also include a note that City Park is already closed from dusk to dawn. It might extend a little beyond that time frame with the approval of Parks and Recreation Director, but those would be the locations that we're looking at. So it's a relatively large area that could be eligible. There might be other locations that might be eligible if there are adjacent property owners that are also interested in waiving requirements. We would also consider this to be authority to waive requirements if there's property owners within 150 feet of these two properties as well. That would be private property that might be interested. Second is that if hunting is to occur within 150 feet of a trail, then that trail would be closed and signage placed at all entrances to the trail to prevent potential conflicts. You'll notice that obviously there's trails through City Park, there's trails through the area near Ned Ashton House. Well, we don't have hunt locations identified yet. It is likely that some of those trails are going to be within 150 feet, in which case we would need to close those trails for the duration that we would allow hunting. Third would be that we would reach out to staff and organizations that are within the area. That would include city staff, park staff, public works staff, in addition to any other users of the property that are regularly programmed. For example, there are users of the ball fields, et cetera, that we would want to make sure are aware that hunting might be occurring near their programmed activities. And then finally would be that we would limit bow hunting first to city employees. In the event that there is insufficient interest by city employees, then we would open it to those with a proven track record with Iowa City's hunt as it currently stands. So we'd be looking at approved hunters who have had at least 1 year of experience in the Iowa City hunt. The goal would really be to make sure that these are folks that we can trust within these areas. And as City Manager Fruin mentioned last time, especially with city employees, there is that enhanced sense of responsibility that comes with being a city employee operating on city property. And so it is something that you do see in other hunts throughout the state. So I did also want to note that with regards to this final item that is allowing hunting on public property, unlike the rules change, which would require a subsequent resolution based on the methodology that council has approved to approve new city-owned property for hunting, this meets that obligation to make sure that the public is aware that it's there. You are welcome to say, we don't want hunting in these locations, if that is the case. But if you're okay with hunting in those locations, then this would satisfy that requirement, and we would begin to proceed with seeing if there are eligible hunters, specifically city employees, that would be interested in these public properties. So we do believe that with these three measures, we could expand hunting within the Manville Heights neighborhood specifically. It is an area that has lots of deer, lots of property damage from deer, and we hear frequently from residents of the area. So we know that it's of high interest to them. But we believe with these restrictions, with these additional restrictions to public property specifically, that we can ensure that the hunt remains safe, but that we do try to help manage our deer population a little better in this challenging area. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and we'll go from there.
So I got a couple things. How many people outside of city employees are we talking about potentially being eligible to participate, who would have that track record of participation in city programs in the past?
That's a great question. I believe we had, I want to say we had 16 eligible hunters last year. I know some of those hunters have already found locations. A lot of them that have been involved in the hunt have a location that they've worked in the past and that they know works for them. But 16 is the maximum number that it could presumably be if city employees weren't interested.
Okay. Other than that, I think this is great. Yeah.
We've been focused on Manville Heights because of the city park and Ned Ashton House, but the removal of 3 waivers would be for the entire city, right?
That is correct.
And I am curious, are there any special considerations for areas where it's multifamily housing as opposed to single-family housing?
So
Or is that, has that happened yet, or is that something to be, I just feel like when it's your home and your neighbor's
Sure.
homes, it's a very different kind of communication requirement than an apartment building.
that's a great question. Currently, it's structured so that it's property owners that are interested in participating. In the case of multifamily, you might have a situation where it's a condo and you have multiple property owners that own the property, and all of them would have to consent. In some cases, you might have a single property owner that might be able to allow it. And that would be, under the current rules of the hunt, that would be permitted.
And if you have, like, let's say an apartment building, do they have to tell the tenants that they're allowing this hunt? Is that a requirement, or is that?
There is no requirement within the current rules.
Okay. Yeah. No, it seems to me like if there is one that involves a multifamily housing, that it would be a requirement. We just tell them you need to notify.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
I agree with
And
that.
I think if we add that, we could just say any rental property, because I think it could be even a
Yes.
single-family home
Sure.
with a landlord that might not communicate otherwise, but put it on the property owner
Yeah.
to notify.
And specifically to inform the tenant, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
yeah.
At a minimum, of course.
Kirk, I had one just kind of nitpicky question on the additional rules on page 6 in the red line rules. The 4th bullet still has the will not be approved if more than 3 waivers are required. I think
On page 6.
It's numbered page 6.
Yep.
Yeah, the fourth bullet in the additional rules.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
So doing City Park, of course, that's a large area. I imagine there'll be some concern potentially at some point where we'll hear something from a community member. But I guess I wanted to just mention that the city of Urbandale has been doing controlled bow hunting for 24 years, and they've had no safety incident concerns. And so I think it would be, especially with how we're planning to have city staff, we're being very careful about who we want to be on public property. Doing these, I feel very comfortable moving forth with the 4 recommendations.
And I would also like to add that, of course, we as the city would want to ensure that where the stands are located are going to have the least disruption.
Sure.
So,
Any
On
other?
top of the concession stand, maybe, by the ball fields.
we might pass on that one.
Do you need anything else from council at this point?
What I'm hearing is I'll have a resolution for you at your next meeting. After that, we'll send out letters, and otherwise, we'll start to see if there are any city staff that are interested in hunting these properties. So I appreciate it, appreciate the guidance, and if you have any more questions, you know where to find me.
All
Thanks.
right, thank you. Thank you, thank you. That was quick. All right, we're going to move on to, we're going to move on to the next discussion item, which is item number 5, which is on affordable housing financing. So welcome, Tracy.
Need to open it up. All right. Well, thank you, Mayor Teague. As the mayor noted, I'm Tracy Heishu, the Director of Neighborhood and Development Services. Thank you for the opportunity to present today about the city's available resources for housing and our current efforts to address affordable housing in our community. I have worked for the city for over 2 decades now in community development and housing, and I'm truly appreciative of the efforts that the City Council has went to support affordable housing as demonstrated in your fiscal year 16 annual action plan, or housing action plan, and your fiscal year 22 update. Our past efforts have been recognized through the award of HUD's Competitive Pro Housing Grant. Since the funding award, we have been asked to present at numerous state and national associations, their legislative committees, our funders, and Invest Health. What this tells us is that I believe that all communities are struggling with affordable housing to help their communities and their residents. The Census Bureau notes that over half of the nation's renters are cost burdened, which means they pay more than 30% of their income on housing. The Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies estimates the nation's shortage of affordable housing at 1.5 to 5.5 million, depending on who calculates it and what methodology they use. So what we're going to do today is we're going to look at what funds we have available, our current efforts, and our plans over the next 3 to 5 years to address longstanding regulatory barriers that restrict housing development, and how we increase affordable housing locally to benefit our low-income and our most vulnerable residents. So what we did is we broke up our funding sources into 4 main categories. We have annual allocations and entitlements. Those are regular funds that are coming in through HUD and through our general fund that we budget every year and that we rely on. We have our special allocations. Those are those one-time funding opportunities that are time-limited, and we have expenditure deadlines that we must meet. We have project-generated revenue from revenues and programs that you have instituted that are now, the projects are developed and we have revenue coming in. And we have our reserves, and most of those reserves are from our public housing programs, but we wanted to indicate them because there is some flexibility within city-owned affordable housing and the public housing program. But this list is not exhaustive. We support and administer housing projects that may not be reflected here through prior year carryover projects that we administer, like such as down payment assistance program, our larger housing and public facility projects that take over a year to finish, such as like the new DVIP shelter. We have the South District Affordable Homeownership Program that you guys are very familiar with. We continue to renovate, and we provide property management and maintenance for the ones that are currently occupied. And the same thing with the railroad homes we purchased and we're renovating currently. We're going to focus on the HUD programs first under our annual allocations entitlements. HUD has been a phenomenal partner in our efforts to address affordable housing in our community. Up until about 2017, they're our primary funding source in support of affordable housing, with the exception of the floods of 2008. After that, we had a lot of funds for buyouts and for the single-family new construction program, but our day-to-day primary funding source was our regular annual CDBG and home entitlements and the funds that we receive through the Housing Authority. CDBG and home typically receive about $1 million a year. In this slide, you see the fiscal year 25 amount that we had available is $1.5 million. That includes not only our entitlement, but it includes our program income and return funds. We have been a home community, or a CDBG community, since the program's inception 50 years ago. We were asked by HUD to present for the 50th CDBG celebration in conjunction with Nashville, New York City, and Las Vegas. And the reason why they chose Iowa City is because we've been a reliable, steadfast partner in administering federal funds and your commitment to affordable housing and our local initiatives. We've received a lot of feedback from our sister entitlement cities, and many, hold on, going too fast. Many were impressed by just the city's local commitment to use general fund for local affordable housing initiatives. Hold on, I'm still way ahead. As you know, home and CDBG, you can fund various things through those programs. Home, you have to only fund housing-related activities. CDBG, you can fund quite a range. So we in fiscal year 25, we funded the neighborhood centers of Johnson County facility improvements at Pheasant Ridge. We funded the Grantwood Fairmeadow sidewalk connection that will be this next construction season. Microprise assistance for home-based childcares, public services, and owner-occupied housing rehab. And then I wanted to include the 2 photos of DVIP. That's the new shelter. It went from a 40 bed to 70 beds and incorporated a lot of design improvements from the previous shelter. And I know they're proud that they now offer 5 kennels, so a huge barrier for people leaving a domestic abuse situation. What happens to the family of that pet? So through charitable pet contributions or pet charities and donors, they were able to put the 5 kennels in there, so it's no longer a barrier. I wanted to talk about the historical funding of CDBG and home. For the last decade in CDBG, funding has been stable, but for the home program, we have seen major cuts. The fiscal year 25, it was a cut of about 25%. It went from $515,000 down to $385,000 or $384. As funding reduced, we get less money to administer the programs. Federal programs are typically regulatory complex, especially for housing programs. Having trained staff with exposure and experience in federal housing programs allows us the ability to apply and receive additional funding through a variety of state and federal programs, increasing our ability to expand of subsidized affordable housing in our community. The second major source of HUD funding is what we receive through the Housing Authority for our Housing Choice Voucher Program and our public housing program. So we administer close to 1,600 vouchers in Johnson County, Iowa County, and parts of Washington County. And I wanted to highlight that since we have 309 specialty vouchers, we have received 202 since 2019, and most of these vouchers are aimed at assisting those with the highest barriers in securing and maintaining housing. There's increased time and complexity to these vouchers. At tonight's council meeting, you'll be reviewing an agenda item for an additional housing program assistant position. Part of that position will be address our project-based vouchers, quality control the Housing Choice Voucher Program to meet all our federal requirements, and assist in the compliance and regulatory tracking of the public housing tenants, especially as we reposition ourselves into a Housing Choice Voucher platform. Aid agencies is included in this housing presentation, as it is a key funder to our local nonprofit organizations who work primarily with low-income households to reduce household monthly expenses and address critical needs experienced by families through a variety of ways. The city has increased funds allocated substantially to aid agencies since fiscal year 16. You see a 103% increase. While on average 26% of the funds go to housing-related agencies that you see listed on the screen, 74% awarded to agencies like Community Crisis Center, Food Bank, Free Med, UAY, Table to Table, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Pathways, ARC, Dream Center, Neighborhood Centers of Johnson County, Free Lunch, and Center for Worker Justice. The last is after our HUD funds, we have our commitment to city general funds. Council has funded the GRIP program for the last 20 years. It provides rehabilitation loans for homeowners that don't qualify for our federal programs. Either they're not income eligible or their eligible use is not allowed under the federal program, such as finishing your basement or providing an addition. Income can go up to 110% of median income. All loans are repaid to the city with a maximum term of 20 years. And then the Affordable Housing Fund. You guys have dedicated reliable funding since fiscal year 16, since that action plan was approved. So we've invested $8.6 million through the Affordable Housing Fund every year. I want to bring attention to our distribution of funds. Almost 70% goes to the Housing Trust Fund, either the general allocation or for the low-income housing tax credit set aside. This fund, the Housing Trust Fund, combines state, county, city, and loan repayments to fund affordable housing in Johnson County. In their upcoming fall funding round, they have over $1.7 million available. This is quite substantial compared to our fiscal year 25 home allocation of only $384,000, which kicks in all the federal requirements as well. And then I did mention, as we carry over funds, we don't use those funds in the Affordable Housing Fund, such as from Healthy Homes and Emergent Funds, the balance gets transferred in the Opportunity Fund and becomes available for other affordable housing projects. So our prior year carryover is about $265,000. So this is a summary of all our annual allocations entitlements. Once again, HUD has been a great partner, contributing over $13 million to our total $15 million each year. It is important that we maintain regulatory compliance with our largest funding partner. The next category is special allocations. You guys are familiar with the American Rescue Plan Act, our ARPA funds. That has the earliest deadline of 2026. We've dedicated $2.85 million out of our $18.3 towards housing. You'll see a picture of the new acquisition. We did three-bedroom condos off of Herbert Hoover. We have the temporary CO, we have the rental permit, and now the Housing Authority will begin with the marketing and to lease up those units. And they're income-restricted, rent-restricted units. At the end of this week, we'll acquire the lots on North Summit Street to construct up to 36 units. And bear in mind, it doesn't mean we construct up to 36 units. We'll evaluate the lot. We'll look at what can be developed. We'll think of the compatibility with the neighborhood and have different options that we may pursue. So that's upcoming. That's more information to come. And we dedicated over $1.1 million to Shelter House for their stability pilot project that is underway right now. And though this wasn't under set-aside, we have dedicated money for housing-related assistance through other ARPA set-asides. And I listed those that directly impacted household or housing. So much like aid agencies, ARPA dollars have indirectly supported housing, provided over $1 million in operational support to various nonprofits such as Community Crisis Service and Food Bank, Center for Worker Justice, Dream City, Iowa City Compassion, Neighborhood Centers, Open Heartland, and United Action for Youth. We have funded child care programs through 4Cs in our partnership with the county and Community Foundation for wage enhancements for child care workers. And we've also provided approximately $1.2 million in direct payments to low-income households with the county. Then HUD announced the availability of a new home ARP category. Few organizations were able to apply for these funds because of their program's preference criteria and who could be assisted. In general, the applicant had to serve those experiencing homelessness, at risk of homelessness, or those fleeing domestic abuse. These funds are also subject to federal requirements and non-discrimination, equal opportunity requirements. So the city got a direct award from HUD for $1.7 million, and those funds have been allocated to DVIP, Shelter House, and Iowa Legal Aid. And then in a separate funding round with the state opened up a funding round for home ARP. DVIP applied, and they were one of 2 organizations to get funded. They were fully funded. They're in partnership with DVIP. So DVIP will buy the lot that we purchased on Kenneth Drive for affordable housing with prior land banking or opportunity funds. And the IFA award allows DVIP to develop with a local match up to 6 townhomes and provide supportive and operating funds for the next, I think, 5 or 6 years. The Pro Housing Funds has been a pivotal grant which will have several long-term implications to help us meet our ability to increase our housing supply, assisting those needing affordable housing throughout our community. We'll come back to this grant at the end of the presentation. And then the last special allocation award was a Community Development Block Grant CV award. This was directly from the state. It went to Shelter House to help with the design and improvements at their current shelter. And as all of us are at capacity, or we're nearing capacity for federal and state funds, the state contracted with us to administer the funding for that award. So this just highlights all the special allocations, and we highlight the deadline that we're working against. All these projects have to be spent out by this deadline. And I wanted to note that all of these are HUD programs. The source of funding is all HUD except for ARPA, which was a grant through the Treasury Department. The next category was project-generated revenue, and these are basically policies and procedures that we set in the past that are now generating income. One is riverfront crossings at fee and lieu. We've taken payments of over $5.8 million. With interest, we now have $6.2 million. It has to be used just in riverfront crossings. We also did a residential TIF off of Foster Road. It's in year 3 of a 10-year TIF. So it's generated $393,000 to date. And then we had the Tailwinds TIF. It was the project up in the Ped Mall. They paid us $1.8 million. We purchased 8 duplexes for the South District program. That available remaining balance will be used to rehab the units that we have. So $300,000 plus will fund the renovation of our next 3 duplex for a total of 6 units. So Riverfront project-generated revenue is almost $7 million, and all of it is available for a future affordable housing project except for the Tailwinds TIF balance. Public housing, well, we're talking about reserves, and public housing has most of the reserves. We have $1.3 million available for affordable income and rent-restricted housing projects. Now, this is for the whole jurisdiction, so those funds can be used anywhere in Johnson, Iowa, and parts of Washington County. They can only be used for acquisition and rehab of city-owned affordable housing. And then we have our capital reserves, which are key. We have $2.8 million. They have to be for capital improvements or acquisition of new public housing units in the program. So they're also, if you remember the presentation by Naomi, our intern with the Bloomberg Harvard Leadership Initiative, we're losing money in our public housing program every year, and those capital reserves are paying for that. And it's not sustainable. So that is why we're having a consultant take us through that repositioning to a housing choice voucher platform to make it sustainable, because we can't keep sustaining those losses long term. And then the rest, I already talked about the Opportunity Fund. That's our prior year balance, not our current fiscal year 25 allocation, but our prior available balance for Opportunity Funds. So to summarize, our regular allocations provide us with $15 million annually. However, due to special allocations, project revenue, accumulated reserves, disposition proceeds, we are administering an additional $23 million. We will have to be strategic and utilize staff as effectively as possible. We have hired 1 full-time grant specialist since we received ARPA funds, but there is $38 million available right now. These funds, we will go by our affordable housing goals. We want to be efficient and effective in what we do. We want to encourage and increase the supply of housing, all housing for all levels and for all types of households and their various stages of life. And we will work on enabling and expanding the construction of affordable subsidized housing by creating a development arm within the Housing Authority. New construction is never affordable without great subsidy. So if we're going to move down this path, then we have to have multiple layers of financing to achieve that. I wanted to highlight our recent successes. I have a few photos. One is the Ronald Street house. The other is the DVIP, the new bedrooms. What was interesting about DVIP is the old shelter. They plan on converting to permanent supportive housing on the 2nd level for individuals transitioning out of shelter, and the main level to be used for administrative office and support services. And then what was a huge lift, what got done, was approved housing text amendments to the zoning code that you approved back in November 2023. They allowed us to expand the use of duplexes, multifamily options, and ADUs in additional residential zones with less requirements. It removes some design requirements for multifamily buildings that developer previously requested because they were expensive without adding a lot to the development, and includes increased density and parking reductions for income-qualified affordable housing. Next steps. We have contracted with Mullen and Lonergan Associates out of Pennsylvania. They're developing our 5-year consolidated plan, which we also call City Steps. This guides our federal funding to assist low-income residents based on prioritized needs. We contracted with them to do the regional housing market analysis. We'll use that data to form both our comprehensive plan and consolidated plans. And as we've talked about earlier, we are going through the process of issuing an RFP, which hopefully will be out next month, to reposition our public housing program and to develop the capacity internally to develop affordable housing. Hopefully that's released in November. And we'll continue to make strategic investments in housing and pursue funding opportunities in line with the city's strategic plan. One of those is the Pro Housing Grant. It was due today to HUD. And one of the main focus is to complete a comprehensive update of the zoning code. The zoning code update is extremely important, as we need to focus on the three most important levers that we can to change different development options in residential zones. When at the Vest Health meeting, the collaboration grant back in Missoula, I thought it was funny because they called these layers the holy trinity of zoning. Basically, you look at density, defines how many homes and type of homes that can be on a lot given its size. You look at setbacks, tells us how far away from property lines we must place the home building. They're usually different distances for front, rear, and side setbacks, and also various variations for corner lots and unique situations. And lastly, parking. It tells us how many parking spaces we must accommodate on the building lot to create a dwelling unit. So we'll need to update these levers to promote a diversity of residential development. The pro-housing is very comprehensive. We will, hopefully in the next year or two, start housing counseling services. We will get trained. Our housing council services will be focused on our housing authority tenants with hopes to provide community workshops on budgeting, maintaining housing, credit repair, and other related topics throughout our jurisdiction. We'll update the comprehensive plan, that land use plan, that consultant agreement. It will be to you probably in November. Within that, we hope to increase land zone for multifamily residential development, initiative parking reform, and we'll start developing affordable housing through that pilot development project, and we're looking for sites as we speak. And I want to put a cautionary note, because you guys get a lot of pressure, like, we have this money, why aren't we spending it right now? Developing affordable housing is complex. It takes a lot of significant time and resources. There's numerous stages. So I highlighted the stages here that all developers go through, but the ones in yellow, we have increased time in the public sector and affordable housing to provide. So the feasibility study, private developers go through environmental reviews just like us. However, we have to incorporate items such as environmental justice, distance to schools, public transport, and a variety of other items to complete a satisfactory environmental review for HUD. Our goal, and the next is community engagement. We go through a lot more community engagement to find out what's compatible with the neighborhood design options. We have to secure multiple financing, because with affordable housing, I told you new construction is never affordable without significant subsidy. So that means you're applying, you're attaching different layers of financing that could be federal, state, local, private financing, and you're applying, you're getting awarded those before you can even start. And the last one, regarding whatever funding source you secure, you have to ensure regulatory compliance and your mandatory reporting throughout. So there are different things in the public sector that private sector, they don't have. So it will take time. So while looking at current statistics on housing shortages and affordability issues, I came across this article. I thought from recent times to discuss the nation's current housing shortage and affordability issues, but it was referring to the housing crisis immediately following World War II. With millions of military personnel coming home, lack of housing production throughout the Great Depression, and construction and manufacturing diverted to the war effort, and a dramatically expanding population, there was a severe lack of housing throughout the nation. Federal policies were changed, mortgage reform was made, incentives expanded. The nation collectively addressed the problem. We are at another time with a severe housing shortage and increasing affordability problems made worse by the pandemic. We will continue to work with our federal, state, and local partners to address the issues. We have the funds available to make significant improvements in long-term affordable housing and reduce long-standing regulatory barriers through zoning reform. We need to either hire or contract for the expertise needed to have an effective real estate development wing, hopefully housed in the Housing Authority. We are working to develop the staff capacity to administer the funds we have now under the constraints of each award. We need to make we have to be strategic with the funds we have and the opportunities we pursue. Our uncommitted funds sounds like a lot of funds, but $13 million builds about 42 to 52 homes depending on the type of housing and without leveraging any other sources of funds. Our goal with these funds, especially the pro-housing grant, is long-term, to position ourselves so that we can encourage private development to increase our supply of housing, all types of housing, for all income levels and stages of life, to build our long-term capacity to support our nonprofit affordable housing partners, as well as build our own capacity to develop and administer affordable, subsidized housing effectively and sustainably. So once again, thank you for the opportunity to present today about the funds that we have for affordable housing and our current efforts, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Well, first, I want to say thanks for your 20-plus years of serving at the city. It is evident in your presentation today. Always good information from you. I'll just open it up for questions and comments at this point, and I'll reserve mine for a little later.
May I ask you about the riverfront crossing reserving that we have, I think $7 million or something like that?
6.8.
6.8. And is this going to be like, is this attached to, we have to do that in riverfront crossing, or we can be like, do like anywhere else?
No, due to state law, we have to use it just in the area it was generated, so we have to use that money in the Riverfront Crossings District.
Okay.
If we wanted to use that money elsewhere, what would be the process of, is there any opportunity?
There is no. There is
I mean,
no.
I'll have Eric answer that, but I don't think there is.
No.
All right. Because we hear that a lot, you know.
Yeah.
We could expand riverfront crossings, though, couldn't we? That would be one way to change it.
Well, I guess I would have to look to see if it would be applied retrospectively or prospectively. That is, at the time we collected this money that we're discussing today, the shape and size was this, and if we then expand it to the whole city, let's say, that would seem to undercut the purpose of that
I don't think
limitation.
anyone would want a whole city, but.
Well, I'm using an extreme example to illustrate my point.
Sure.
I would need to research that as to whether we could expand it and use it in the fashion you're describing, but I'd be happy to look into that if there's council interest.
But any plan right now, Jeff?
Yeah, I'd say for the last 2 or 3 years, we've been keeping our eyes open for available property. We've had some conversations with the council about available properties. Riverfront Crossings is, it's seen a lot of redevelopment, which is great because it's generated the 6.3 fund balance, but there's also extremely high land prices and extremely high demand. So we're trying to be strategic in what properties we pursue, but we've pursued some and lost out to better offers. And at least right now, last 6-9 months, there hasn't been a whole lot of property available that would meet our criteria for developing affordable housing. So we're just continuing to keep our eyes open for available land that may work. And I shouldn't limit it to just land. It could be existing residential units that we just purchase and do more of a rehab or purchase of existing. We are also looking at those options.
Can you talk a little bit more about that Holy Trinity?
Well, it's interesting because in Missoula, they have a pro-housing, not related to the HUD grant, but they have a group of architects, building community, neighborhood residents, because their average house prices have gone over $500,000 and their kids can't afford to live in Missoula. So they have a group out there educating residents about what density, parking, and setbacks mean, and taking them through like older development, explaining like why you couldn't, based on the zoning code, develop that today. And so I think that's effective. So those are the 3 levers that our zoning code will need to trigger in order to get that variety of housing that they're after in each of our residential neighborhoods.
Am I understanding correctly, Tracy, that that is part of the larger overhaul of the zoning code that we've been talking about?
The first, we're doing our comprehensive plan, which is basically our land use plan. So hopefully that land use plan calls for more multifamily, higher density residential. And then after you have that, then we're going to have to update our zoning code because it's the mechanism which enforces our land use plan. So once we get one done, we're moving to the other.
And I know we've had to do some sort of spot amendments to the zoning code to implement different pieces of this and some of the ways that you discussed this evening. I feel like we need some kind of shorthand reminder, when the council's up here looking at a particular proposal or development, and it's like we don't have the comp plan amendments yet, or we don't have the zoning code amendment yet, but there's something that's in front of us that actually would meet, like where we think we're headed, since we know it's a number of years. Is
like
that
a timeline?
What's
You're
that?
looking for a timeline?
Well, I'm just wondering, when staff gives a recommendation relating to a rezoning in particular, like if there's a way to elevate, we believe this is where we're headed in terms of our affordable housing goals, even though we know this is a very complex, sort of interdependent process. I think just kind of surfacing those, hey, council, this really will align with this, even though I'm just thinking of cases where it may not require a zoning code amendment, but we might want to do something that we know is headed down that path. We just haven't hit all those regulatory landmarks yet. If that makes
I might be able
sense?
to highlight that. We'll be coming back to you. South Navigate is submitting their rezoning for the form-based code in the South District. So there's a bunch of text amendments that we're going to have to do in order for that development to proceed. So we could highlight about how what is needed to change in our regular code in order. But when we do those text amendments to the form-based code, those will be for every development from there on out. Is that what you mean? to highlight?
I think that would be helpful. I mean, I think I was thinking even more generally, which is why I keep sort of looking at Jeff on the, overarching question rather than maybe the more technical
Okay.
questions
Yep.
that your department provides, but,
Okay.
something to just kind of make sure that we're reminded. I always go back, the example that's always in my head is the annexation that we voted down 4 years ago or whatever in the Carson Farms area, because I felt like we didn't have a really solid understanding of that element of the need for housing of all types and all stages of life and all places and that. So
I think what I hear you saying is we have been in positions before where the current codes, whether is not in alignment with what our future aspirations are. I think that's what I hear, is that we are often faced with something that is ancient, but the proposal before us has some of that foresight, but oftentimes we're held to the red ink that's already been dry. And so I think that's where Councilor Burgess, if I understand correctly, if you can remind us sometimes of, yeah, it's not in the code now, but this is really where we're trying to get to. I think that's what I hear, because there's a lot of work to be done on so many fronts. Did I understand your position correctly?
yeah, and I think staff does a really good job, and I know they have those conversations with developers long before it gets to us, right? If we're probably going to be heading this way, or you should, be looking at this. I just think elevating the affordable housing elements, just to kind of tie that bow for us, for me personally, would be really helpful.
Yeah.
I actually do have one more question. It was one of the later slides, and you were talking about, it was via the pro-housing award that we've gotten, and you were talking about, I'm putting it as future state, but yeah, begin providing housing counseling services. That's fascinating. I mean, so it sounds like, honestly, that the city is taking on more of a wraparound kind of approach to housing by way of this award. Is that accurate?
So part of what we applied for and we got funded for was $200,000 to initiate a certified housing counseling program. And the focus will be on our 1,600 voucher holders and our public housing tenants. And basically, it will be somebody working with them to work on budgeting, how to maintain housing, but also we hope to get to the point where we can do workshops in the community that talk about credit repair, those related subjects. But we have to have a certified HUD counselor with experience. We have to hire that person, and then we can train internal staff as well.
Train the
to be trained, but we
trainers.
have to have someone with experience based on HUD regulations. So that'll be hiring that we just have to figure out where we're going to put them.
Is
We're
that
running out of
something-
space.
True. Is that something that you are hoping will become a sustainable, like a permanent feature of your department?
We're hoping we can use our reserves to continue funding that, and then there's programs within HUD too, if you have that,
That you
that we can
can
continue.
apply for?
So we're hoping, yes.
Okay, thank you. This would be amazing.
So you talked about $13 million remaining. I
Well,
didn't.
uncommitted?
Yes, I think that was through HUD.
I wasn't sure where the number was coming from, because I know we have 6.8 in Riverfront Crossing and some more funds, but maybe that's not really a,
Yeah, the 13.4 million consists of the pro-housing grant for the development project. It includes
Got
all the riverfront crossings and,
got it, okay.
yeah.
Yep,
And then the public housing reserves and opportunity fund. That you come up with 13 million when you add all those.
got it. All right.
But they all
Needed-
have restrictions, so it's not like we can just pick one project and use it all in there.
Sure, sure.
And I didn't go through all the CDBG rules. I didn't say 24 CFR, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
But those apply.
Yes. Yep, okay. No, I just need a clarification on that. And then you mentioned the real estate wing potential that could be under the Housing
Yeah.
Authority. I just heard Counselor Alter mention, like, looking at all the things of housing, where we're going to have the counseling, there's going to be some more things that we're doing. Are there other significant things that you've seen in other cities where it's been housed in the city that we're now talking about doing, which I'm sure some of this stuff that you're mentioning?
Yep. sorry, go ahead.
But if you can maybe highlight some of those things, as well as, is there something that we're still not on our radar as far as like, this is what we're going to be doing?
We have different experience. I mean, we have the zoning, we have the inspection. There's different part of a real estate wing that we lack expertise or experience, and that's the real estate portion, such as a realtor or the development. We don't typically develop our own housing, like new construction. We've looked at, we've met with other housing authorities, somehow, and we're hiring that consultant to take us through to develop our own internal capacity, what the legal structure looks like, what the funding sources looks like, what our staffing, because you have to ramp up staffing if you're going to increase the number of units that are under our management and that we have. So that consultant hopefully takes us through that. We've met with other housing authorities that they decided to remove themselves from the city, or maybe the city appoints the housing authority board of directors, and so you have some, in order to create like a separate liability line between the housing authority and the city. Then there's others that the housing authorities remains in the city, and they have their own development wing, and they contract out for developers that do LIHTC projects. There's a lot of different options that we've seen throughout other cities. We just need to find what works best for us, and so that's what we hope that consultant does. And the consultants that we see that take you through the repositioning of public housing are also, because they do RAD conversions and stuff, they're also very familiar with LIHTC development and just real estate development. So we're hoping finding one of those firms that takes us through both of the repositioning of the public housing and then developing our capacity. And what that looks like, I don't know. So
That answer is very encouraging, and it actually answered the question of, are there opportunities that could still be out there that we might want to consider? And you just answered yes. We'll have someone that has worked with various communities, and there could be something that might be recommended that might work for us and
We gotta-
enhance that, the experience that people have in our city.
we got bad news from HUD. When Naomi's presented, we decided we want to go through a streamlined conversion process, and then we found out HUD is no longer supporting that. So now we need that consultant to come back. Okay, option number 2, what does that look like? And so it takes through those financial models and our processes. So
Sure.
it'll be coming back to you.
Sure.
We know we have to go through some repositioning, but what the final solution is, we don't know that yet.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could just add a couple of thoughts to that. When it comes to, the right strategy for affordable housing, it tends to be all of the above, right? We need the private sector building at all levels. We need nonprofits engaged in expanding their services and their housing. And as Tracy just outlined, the city's got to get a little bit more aggressive with our public housing. So you have to do all of these things. If I look at kind of this presentation and where we're going, one of the things that I question whether we're working enough in, or the space that if we're working enough in, is the rehabilitation, the investment in our existing stock. Tracy mentioned a couple times during the presentation that new construction is very expensive. Whether we're buying it like the townhomes that we just bought, whether we're building it like the Pro Housing Pilot Project, those are very expensive, and the cost per unit are difficult. They're also just, as Tracy said, very complex, right? They take a lot of time. So one of the, the things that we don't get a lot of credit for, and frankly, the funds maybe tilted a little unequally, are just the rehab, keeping people in their homes at an affordable rate, and ensuring those homes remain affordable for the next generation of renters, of homeowners. So, we want to do everything. We have limited resources, but I would just kind of plant that seed. And I think the Riverfront Crossings discussion that Mayor Pro Tem brought up before is a good highlight. $6 million after land acquisition doesn't get you much in Riverfront Crossings. But could we buy existing units? Could we help rehabilitate and ensure income-protected units going forward in an area that's quickly kind of gentrifying? Yeah, we probably could, and we may be able to hit more units. Those are the types of conversations that we have here at City Hall, and I wanted to just share that perspective with you.
Great. Appreciate you talking about the 3 potential developers of housing that all need to do their work, for-profits and not-for-profits. What are we doing to incentivize? I know the code, the planning, the comprehensive plan revisions and potential zoning changes will be something that would hopefully entice private developers to develop smaller, more affordable units. In the interim, is there other things that we can do to encourage the private sector to develop the kinds of housing that we know we need? Because I think we sort of know the sizes of homes that we need and the price points. It's just that those are the least desirable for builders to build. Is there anything we can or are doing?
I know a barrier for when I talk to developers is our annexation policy. It's great intent, but when they look at it and with no financial incentives attached to it, they are hesitant when they can build in other communities. So something like a residential TIF agreement that we can support, so it's a win-win situation for the builder and affordable housing, that's something we could look at. Anything
Yeah, I was going to say, residential TIF is a tool that we first started to bring up in 2016 with our action plan. What that allows is allows for TIF to pay for some of the infrastructure costs that supports residential development, and can oftentimes make development feasible when it otherwise would not. And then it can spin off additional money for affordable housing. So Tracy had briefly mentioned the Foster Road TIF that we did. That's where the Vintage Senior Living is. That was a case in which Vintage couldn't go there unless Foster Road was extended through. It would be rare for a developer to have to pay for an entire section of a main arterial like Foster Road. So we had a TIF agreement with them where they built the road, and for 10 years we'll be rebating them the cost of that road. And then 50% of that TIF is also just accumulating that we can invest in the community. So when we think about some of our larger residential development areas in the future, Carson, someone brought up the Carson property out on the west side. There's going to be some major roadway networks, major stormwater infrastructure that needs to be developed out there. I think residential TIF is something that we'll need to consider that can bring down the cost of development for the private sector, but also help us generate some affordable housing dollars that we can reinvest either in that neighborhood or outside of the neighborhood. I think that's about the one tool that we could probably use a little bit more. You have to be careful in how you use that, because as you're building rooftops, the demand for public services, both from the city and the school district, go up. So the TIF withholds those tax dollars for the provision of those services to repay the infrastructure. So it's a balancing act. It worked really well with Foster Road when you're just building one senior housing building, but when it gets time to Carson, we'll have to have some more thought and analysis on the types of services and funding those services we'll need versus the infrastructure cost.
Yeah, I also want to add that if we're really seeking to improve land use and enables much-needed housing construction, I think we should have looked at our parking minimum and do like, I see like now like a trend, like cities doing like parking reform. Big cities have done it, and small cities also have done it. Cities like our size have done it, and cities like bigger than us have done the same thing. And I think this is when we change the requirement for parking, this is also will help developer like do more houses. I don't know, but council really it is time to think about that so we can have more houses being built.
The pro-housing grant doesn't cover, we will be doing a hiring consultant to help us with parking reform.
Okay, that's great.
Yep.
So-
And there's some communities that are moving, not requiring any, they're not dictating how much parking, they allow the private market to decide. I think in Missoula, they were looking towards going that way, because they basically said parking is amenity. You pay more for on-site parking, and you just have naturally affordable housing if you don't have on-street parking. So they were thinking of it more as amenity. I don't know if we'll go that far, but we will have a consultant that takes us through those options.
Sure, yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Great. Well,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you.
It is not an easy topic, but seem like we have some champions amongst us to try to figure this out. So thanks to staff and all that you all do on the affordable housing front.
Yeah, I think we just need to remind ourselves every time, every day. I was trying to request that, like maybe each city council meeting we should highlight in the beginning, like how many, to remind ourselves, like how many people on the waiting list waiting for housing, how many homeless people we have. Like keep just reminding us that, because I know everybody is passionate about this, but we are moving slowly. Like many things will make us move slowly. I know that because we don't have a lot of fun. That's a big deal. But it's still like reminding us constantly, we will do something.
I think, because of the urgency that we feel of the housing need on so many fronts, we have individuals that lose, where the landlords are increasing the rents, housing is not being affordable anymore. They're trying to find new locations. It's hard to find it in Iowa City. We have the unhoused situation in our community as well. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I do think that you bring up a point where this council has stated that we want to be more aggressive with our housing efforts, and I also believe that if we have the little reminder, it's just, I hear two things right now, and it could expand. But one would be, how many individuals are unhoused in our community? And then the second that you just mentioned was,
I like the waiting list of like how many people are in the waiting list of the housing officer.
so that housing voucher, housing authority, just to give us some data. I would be supportive of that. The question is, do you want that do you envision it being in a work session? Do you envision it just kind of being a part of our,
Packet?
a part of the packet where it can just be either updated and we can bring it up?
I just want like normally when we have something public, that's like really fire us and fires people. So I want maybe the staff, like every meeting, can just report that. And like when we ask, in the beginning or in the end, I don't care anytime.
Okay.
Yes, like this is the report about for like housing. We have like maybe because if we record it, like we have 100 homeless people. Next time, if they said we have 120, that will make us like say, oh, what's going on here? We need to do something about this. But if they said, oh, it has become 80, we will be like happy that it's happening.
What's going
so
on?
exciting,
We'll
yeah.
ask why.
So,
That's great. Let's do more.
So just like something like that to remind us all the time. We busy, and sometimes we forget this, and sometimes we come here with a lot of issues going on we need to focus on. But if the staff can remind us, that will be great. Or I can ask every meeting.
Yeah.
Be ready to.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what other counselors are thinking about, but I would suggest it being, it could either be quarterly, but even if it was, every meeting, it can be on our work session, just where it is it's information, and if there needs to be a comment, someone could make that comment.
I would go with that. Just like the same thing we have, like qualification of agenda item, we have, it can be just there, one line.
And maybe not to get this so crunched up, potentially it could be in an information packet where it just highlights, 1010 IP5, the update on affordable housing, where we don't have it all here. It's in the
Package.
It's in the packet, but it just alerts us to, if someone wants to bring it up and shed light on it, it'll be there.
That sounds good to me.
What do people think? Thoughts?
Okay.
I've noticed that staff has been putting building statistic reports in our IPs, and I've appreciated that. So thank you for including that, because that's, I think, the fundamental of all of our housing problems is there's just not enough houses. So to see that included is good, and I read those, but I don't usually highlight them in our discussions of our IPs. But we can start drawing that out. But it sounds like you're wanting for other statistics too, maybe.
Yeah, I guess I'd maybe ask for a little bit of time to think about this. I want to provide you something meaningful, but I also want to make sure it's credible. And when it comes time to like homeless counts, I'm not sure there's variability every 2 weeks to report out to you, and I don't want to put information out there that I can't substantiate. HUD requires a once-a-year point-in-time count. We also have nonprofit providers like DVIP and Shelter House that are providing homeless services. So I'm imagining just the difficulty in trying to update a figure that's reliable every 2 weeks. If affordable housing in general is your interest, we can pepper you with all kinds of statistics and research and operational information that we could put into an IP that you could pull out and highlight. I just want to be very careful about trend data that I don't have a whole lot of confidence in right now. So if you could give me a little bit of time to think about it and maybe start to put something together, and once you see it in the IP, you can massage it and direct me to change it as we go, so it's a little more fluid. I think that might work out for the best.
Yeah, and I was going to ask too. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask too, because I was aware that we only do have like the count once or twice a year. So of like, what we the homeless estimate. And I think most cities do something like that. Usually I usually watch for the article in the Gazette about the Cedar Rapids versus Iowa City, and that usually comes out about once a year or so.
I understand, and that's what we've been seeing, Sean and Jeff. But we want to be aggressive, so that's what we want to see. If you think you need just time, if you think like twice a month is too much, maybe it can be once a month for the homeless. But I think for the waiting list for like wherever it's closed right now, even that's easy to find out from the Housing Authority how many people they built this months and how many people left, still on the waiting list. That's easy, you can get that. But I understand that maybe it's burden on the organizations who are like recording this, the homeless people. It will be too much on that. What about once a month? Like, of course, every organization will record for their own record how many people they have every month. They have that data ready, and if they can share it with us, would be great. We can understand that could not be the exact for now. Maybe there is somebody else homeless somewhere and they never report themselves to any organizations, but this will give us like kind of something close to the, you can still think about it. Yes, maybe you're going to find a better way than what I'm saying, but
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything. I just want to make sure that it's meaningful and credible.
Mm-hmm.
If I can accomplish those two things, then I'm happy to do it every IP, and I agree. Keeping it front and center will usually spur more action. So we'll put something together. We'll get it in, and you'll have to just direct me if you're not completely happy with what we're providing you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to item number 6, council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees.
I would be remiss if I didn't remind everybody that currently the Iowa City Book Festival is happening now and will be continuing through the weekend. Tons of events, tons of authors. IowaCityofLiterature.org has the full schedule of events and authors. There are things going on now. It really hits its stride coming this weekend in locations around the city, including, of course, the Public Library, the University of Iowa Main Library, Prairie Lights Books. I think there might be, some stuff on the Ped Mall, Daydreams Comics. I'm just kind of looking through. Merge has some stuff. So just a lot of stuff going around, revolving around our UNESCO City of Literature. It's a huge event and lots of cool things to see. I know I'm hoping to make it to some of the talks on Saturday. There's one with Ari Berman that I'm really, I saw him speak actually when he was here several years ago. I'm looking forward to see him speak again if I can work it into my schedule. But yeah, just kind of a reminder to the public that's going on currently and through the weekend.
All right, you gave that a little early. This is for council updates on assigned boards,
I'm assigned to that board.
commissions. Oh, you are assigned to the board.
Yes,
and
I'm
you were-
assigned to
all
that
right,
board.
great.
So-
All right. Yes.
Similar then.
All right, get it in there.
Kelly will say this also at the end of the meeting, but we have a different audience for the work session. So tomorrow evening, this is relating to the Community Police Review Board, which I'm our liaison still. So tomorrow evening at the Iowa City Public Library, beginning at 5:30 p.m. in Meeting Room A, is one of their public forums. They have been soliciting questions from the public, but also will take, which they will intend to answer at the forum, but also they will take questions in real time. So 5:30 p.m. tomorrow at the library.
Great.
Tomorrow morning at 8:30 is Economic Development Committee meeting. You're all welcome to join us online.
No, they can't. Not all of them. Less than a quorum.
Join us to watch.
Yes. All right.
You're welcome to join.
Yeah, you can't be tuned. You can't be like signed in. All right. I want to remind us that on the 22nd of October, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., we'll be back in this room for our council strategic planning session. And again, that is on the 22nd, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m.
And I just want to know that this is something that have to finish at 5 p.m., right? Not like we can maybe go on.
I think, I think the 5 p.m. is a hard stop.
Okay, good, because I have another commitment at 6 o'clock in North Liberty.
Okay,
So.
yeah.
Do we have any homework between now and then, or is that something you talk about in your report at the end of the meeting?
Yeah, so what I've sent out prior would just, I'd appreciate if you just take a skim through the existing plan. And we had issued the annual update about a month ago in one of your September IPs. It's also available on the website. It's just icgov.org/strategic plan. So if you could read through that update in September and the plan, I think that would be helpful on in this week's IP. So on Thursday, you'll have a memo from me that provides some of my thoughts on the process and some suggested modifications to the plan. It's a short memo, won't take you too long to read, probably just it's a couple cover pages with a red line document, and I really tried to limit any redlining, trying to honor the intent of your plan, but mostly trying to fine tune things. So budget a little bit of time with that memo, and we should be good to go.
Thank you.
All right. Hearing nothing else, we are adjourned, and we'll be back at 6 p.m. for our formal meeting. will start less than 1 minute.
On
That's hilarious.
I saw it. I had to do double takes. They did something with her hair too.
We win, it's because of her.
Yep.
That is true.
Did you plug me in?
Yes, I did. Oh, you were gone.
Well, thank you.
Because I'm good. I'll be good for a while.
Yeah. I just need to.
You want me to see if Sean is?
He was in the restroom.
Oh, okay.
No, get a proclamation.
All right, it is just after 6 p.m. on October 5th, 2024, and I'm going to call the City of Iowa City meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Alter.
Here.
Burgess.
Here.
Dunn.
Here.
Harmson.
Here.
Mo.
Here.
Saleh.
Yes.
Teague.
Here. All right. Well, welcome to everyone to your City Hall, and to those that are joining us virtually, welcome as well. We're going to move on to item number 2, which is proclamations. 2A is United Nations Day. Whereas the United Nations was founded in 1945, and whereas United Nations Day on October 24th marks the anniversary of the entry into force in 1945 of the United Charter. And whereas the United Nations and its agencies have reduced poverty and disease, upheld human rights, aided the victims of natural and man-made disasters, established peacekeeping operations around the world, and assisted refugees and other forcibly displaced persons in the Middle East, Sudan, and other war zones. And whereas a constructive partnership between the United States and the United Nations is essential to advancing the UN's mission and helping the U.S. achieve its foreign policy goals. And whereas recent polling indicates that 75% of registered voters believe it is important for the U.S. to maintain an active role in the UN. And whereas one of the purposes of the UN is to promote respect for international law, and the International Court of Justice is the principal UN organ dedicated to this work. And whereas the number of violent conflicts, often in defiance of international law, is at its highest level since World War II, with an estimated of 2 billion people, a quarter of humanity affected by these conflicts. And whereas in recognition of this escalation of violence and disrespect for international law, the Johnson County United Nations Association and the Iowa City Foreign Relations Council are hosting a public event on the purposes and power of the International Court of Justice on Wednesday, October 23rd at 7 p.m. at the Iowa City Public Library in Room A. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim October 24, 2024 as United Nations Day in Iowa City and urge the public to recommit to the goals stated in the UN Charter. And to receive this proclamation, we have Bijou and her daughter, Naima, And Bijou is with the Johnson County United Nations Association. She's a board member. And let's receive them at this time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nema Maliabo, and I am a proud member of the UNA USA Johnson County Youth. I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to the Iowa City Council for this proclamation that recognizes United Nations Day. Thank you, Council, for your support and for highlighting the importance of the United Nations. Your commitment empowers us as youth to take action and make a positive impact to our community. Let us work together to uphold the values of peace and justice that the UN represents. Together, we can inspire, change, and build a brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bijou Maliabo, and I am a member of the Johnson County UNA USA. I'm truly honored to receive this proclamation from the Iowa City City Council in recognition of the United Nations Day. For Iowa City, the United Nations represents more than just an international organization. It embodies our value of diversity, inclusivity, and social justice. The UN's work in promoting peace, addressing climate changes, and advancing human rights aligns closely with our commitment to building a vibrant and equitable community. The UN's efforts to tackle global challenges such as violence, conflict, and war directly impact us, whether through refugee assistance, sustainable development initiatives, or climate change. These issues not only affect our planet, but also shape the life of those in our neighborhood, and families. Iowa City has long welcomed refugees, demonstrating our commitment to compassion and solidarity. By supporting the UN and working toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, we reinforce our value and help create a more connected and compassionate world. I invite you all to join us in celebrating the UN Day on October 23rd at 7 p.m. at the Iowa City Public Library. This is a wonderful opportunity to learn more about the UN's vital work and discuss how we as a community can contribute to its mission. This program is in partnership with the Iowa City Foreign Relations. I also encourage each of you to consider becoming a member of the Johnson County UNA USA. Together, we can amplify our voices, engage in meaningful action, and strengthen our commitments to the value we cherish. Your involvement can truly make a difference because the world needs the UN and the UN needs us. Thank you for your support, and I look forward in seeing you all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both for coming, and thank you, Peter, also for joining as well. All right, we're going to move on to item number 3 through 7, which is our consent agenda, but we'll be removing items 7A and 7C for separate considerations. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second, Mo?
Moved by Don, seconded by Mo. Anyone from the public like to address a topic that is on our consent agenda? If you are online, please raise your virtual hand. If you're present, please raise your hand as well. Seeing no one in person or online for any items mentioned in our consent agenda, with the exceptions of items 7A and 7C, we're going to move on to council discussion. Roll call, please.
Alter.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Dunn.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Salah.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to approve consent agenda items 7A and 7C?
So moved. Second.
Point of order.
Moved by Alter, seconded by Salah.
Point of order. Do we have to do those? Can we do those together, or do we have to do them separately?
We can do them together.
Okay, just kind of.
Yep. It's a consent agenda item. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Ron Konecki, Public Works Director. We were overly optimistic during the agenda development that tonight we would be able to set the public hearings for the Bradford Drive water main replacement and the high-service pump replacement projects. Unfortunately, the plans and specs are not complete, and we were not able to put them on file today. Tonight, we request you vote these items down instead of deferring the items because the items were setting the public hearings for your next meeting. We will bring these items back before you on a future agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ron? All right. Anyone from the public like to address those two items? If you're online, raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one online or in person, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Burgess.
No.
Dunn.
No.
Harmson.
No.
Mo.
No.
Silla.
Oh.
Teague.
No.
Alter.
No.
Motion fails 0-7. All right. Can I get a motion to accept correspondence, item 6K?
So moved, Mo.
Burgess. Second, Burgess.
All right, moved by Mo, seconded by Burgess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We are on to item number 8, which is an opportunity for community comment. And this is for items that are not on our agenda. So if you're wanting to address an item that is not on our agenda and you're in the city hall here, will you please raise your hand? Seeing no one that want to talk on an item that is not on our agenda, I'm going to move on to our next item, which is 9, which is planning and zoning matters. 9A, zoning code amendment, redemption centers. Ordinance amending Title 14 zoning code to allow redemption centers in commercial and industrial zones. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome Danielle.
Thank you, Mayor. Danielle Sitzman, Neighborhood Development Services. Can anybody tell me, or let's just play a quick quiz, what does the state of Iowa have in common with California, Connecticut, Hawaii, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, New York, Oregon, and Vermont? I think this agenda item is probably a giveaway to that. But in 1978, the state of Iowa was one of 10 of these states to enact a beverage containers control law, also commonly known as a bottle bill. In these states, 10 states, laws allow retailers to collect a deposit at the time of sale of certain products and for consumers to receive their deposit back when returning the empty beverage container to a store or redemption center. In 2022, Iowa's bottle bill was amended by the state to significantly increase the handling fee for retailers and redemption centers from 1 cent to 3 cents per container. This was aimed at incentivizing more redemption centers to open and operate within the state, and it was part of a Senate file which also allowed many retailers to opt out of accepting returned bottles and cans under certain conditions. As a result of this change in state law, a current operating redemption center in our city has come forward and asked for consideration of a change in their business plan operations that would improve and expand their services in our community, modernizing their vending machines and automating a lot of their processes. So regardless of any opinion on the policy set by the state about bottle bills, our local zoning codes do play a role in the ease with which these transactions occur in our community. So the proposed code change under consideration tonight is to address redemption centers in light of, as I said, a currently operating redemption center, the Can Shed, asking for consideration of that. They aim to expand their services, improve collection, and provide easier access to those services. Our current regulations are set up in a way that are a little bit out of date with the trend in current operating and the technology that's available to collect cans and bottles. It classifies these types of uses as industrial uses. It includes language about very heavy processes, industrial processes, really addressing recycling at the point at which the material is actually recycled rather than the point at which previous to that it might have been collected for a deposit. It addresses redemption centers as standalone, classifies them as waste-related use categories, and with this interpretation, really only allows these types of uses to operate in industrial zones. In reviewing the proposed business plan from the Can Shed, it became apparent to staff that classifying redemption centers as they propose them as a very intense industrial use comparable to a landfill or, like I said, an actual recycling facility, did not accurately reflect the intended use or how they propose to operate in the future. So staff agreed that the zoning code should be updated to respond to changing conditions and address a new recycling business model. To do so, we first began by reviewing our vision and goal statements of the comprehensive plan, as we do with all zoning code text changes. Those really direct our efforts. The comprehensive plan does have vision and goal statements related to fostering a resilient economy, promoting a diversity of business types in the community through having a diversity of businesses, hopefully to respond to changes over time as they occur. We do have goals and strategies addressing retention of existing businesses with the opportunity for growth of those businesses, encouraging a mix of independent, locally owned businesses such as the Can Shed. Addressing redemption centers in our zoning code to allow them in more zoning districts than they would currently be regulated as would make it easier for redemption center uses to locate in Iowa City and to retain those uses for those who wish to pursue them as such in an altered business model, and it would be consistent with our comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan does also focus on responsible use of natural resources and energy, which of course recycling is a key component of. And by allowing redemption centers in more areas of the community, our community members would have increased access and opportunities to contribute to waste reduction efforts in support of the comprehensive plan. The proposed amendment would also help further these goals by promoting waste reduction and contributing to the community's recycling efforts, I said, which are a key component of the climate action and adoption plan of the city. City sustainability and resource management staff also participated in this code analysis and investigation with urban planning staff and helped in the preparation of the proposed code before you tonight. As staff surveyed the best practices across the country in those other 9 states that have bottle laws, we focused on states that had already had experience addressing this kind of business model. And we found that the state of Oregon and its local cities therein provided direct experience having already implemented code changes to address similar types of operations in the community. In general, the state of Oregon takes an approach, and in their local jurisdictions, as considering this more of a service use rather than industrial use, as our current code currently identifies it. And we did drill down to specific cities and the specific ways in which they were defining redemption centers and developed codes to address their operations. At the local jurisdictional level, this research demonstrated a range of different regulatory approaches. Staff found that there were 2 main approaches taken by local jurisdictions, either to categorize the redemption as an existing use or create an entirely new category to try to describe what was actually occurring and regulate it in that manner. We looked at the specific standards that these cities were implementing. We also included Des Moines in our investigation since it was a little bit closer to home. We found that Des Moines was a lot more like how the city of Iowa City currently thinks of redemption centers as an industrial use, feeling that that really didn't fit the proposed business use. We did look at the standards that the other cities were using when they were considering these as commercial uses and the best way to make sure that they fit into existing neighborhoods and into their communities. Analyzing the specific standards of redemption centers helped us envision additional uses that we propose in our ordinance tonight. So therefore, in this ordinance, staff is proposing several things. First, to create a new category to identify a redemption center, to define it, and then to place it in the table of allowable uses for commercial and industrial uses, as we do with any time we categorize a use. Also creating specific provisional use standards for redemption center to ensure that they are compatible and addressing certain features like parking that are common for all uses to have identified with them. So in identifying a redemption center is a use categorized as an indoor facility that collects empty bottles and cans from consumers, distributes payment of the refunded value of the deposit, and may utilize some minor compressing machines. These are not the heavy industrial processes that would be involved in taking a material, perhaps shredding it, packaging it, and sending it off for actual recycling. This is simply what you hear happening inside a reverse vending machine when you hear that crunch. Really just maximizing the amount of cans that can be collected at one time. There are some accessory uses typical to a redemption center, things like the office for the staff and the parking. Also, exceptions would be written to still identify those actual true industrial waste-related uses and keep them in the appropriate districts. Talking about the zones in which this new redemption center classification could be allowed, we show here the table of various industrial uses and commercial uses. The P means permitted by right, and those are still happening in our industrial zones. They would be simply permitted to continue to operate or establish in industrial zones. The change here would be to allow the PR designated lines in the commercial zones that we have them designated here. That means provisional. That means they could also go into commercial districts if they met a set of certain specific standards. There are two commercial zones here where they are permitted, the commercial highway or highway commercial and intensive commercial. Those are two commercial districts that already allow outdoor storage, which is kind of the key component of being a redemption center, occurring inside a building. Allowing them to be permitted in commercial zones just simply follows the base standards that are already allowed in those commercial zones where outdoor storage would be allowed for other uses as well. The specific standards then that when something is provisionally allowed in a commercial district that staff is proposing is a limit on the overall square footage of the operation, and that outdoor storage of materials is just simply not allowed. These uses help to maintain the character and scale and intensity of the use to ensure that they're compatible with other things happening in commercial districts. And then for parking requirements, the proposed ratio is 1 per 1,000 square foot of floor area, no bicycle parking required. And then we did look at anticipated impacts. So taking a look at the map where these zoning districts that would now allow redemption centers are, and then whether they would be allowed either as provisional or permitted use, kind of highlighting the two different colors here. So these are areas of the city that are already zoned commercial, where an additional service industry like a redemption center would be appropriate and could occur. So as far as code adoption process, our existing zoning code, the last time it was completely readopted was 2005. These are standards that are changing since then, creating, like I said, the new definition and a new use category for redemption center. Would not be anticipated that any property necessarily is being rezoned to a commercial district to allow this. The can shed's simply looking at existing commercial properties where they might like to operate. So based on a review of the relevant criteria and best practices, staff recommended approval of the zoning code text change before you tonight. And at their September 18th, 24 meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission concurred with this recommendation and unanimously recommended approval. I'm happy to answer questions if you have them. And also the can shed is here tonight if you'd like to speak with them.
Okay.
As I understand it, Danielle, if we wanted to, let's say, discuss bicycle parking, that being a textual code amendment would have to go back through planning and zoning as well, is that right?
I'm gonna let Eric decide that one. I will say, as far as bike parking, that did stand out to me as well, so I just refreshed my memory about where we do and don't require bicycle parking. There are other commercial zones that don't require bicycle parking. They're typically uses that probably don't lend themselves to arriving on a bicycle, so are animal-related uses, so like your vet, or things that are simply vehicle-oriented, like quick vehicle servicing. They don't require bicycle parking. Building trade contractor shops don't require bike parking. And then if we do require bike parking, I'll just put it out there, there's a range of the amount of it, anywhere from 5 to 25% of the vehicle parking expressed as bicycle parking. So there's a wide range. I don't know if staff felt like this particular use wasn't the kind of use that would lend itself to needing bicycle parking. Generally, we support bicycle use and parking as a key component of being able to easily use your bike to go places. So they'd have employees who might want to arrive on a bike, for example. But as to whether if we add in bicycle parking, whether that needs to be a substantive reconsideration or not, I don't know.
As council is aware, I've become a little more gun-shy, feeling like I was a little aggressive at the last meeting about calling something non-substantive. For that reason, I think I would probably want to send it back if that was a change you, as a council, wanted to make.
And just to highlight that, one of the reasons people don't ride their bikes to some of these commercial areas is you can't park there. And I'm having lived in this community, there are individuals who collect and redeem cans on bicycle that I've seen regularly. So having an opportunity to lock that up, maybe the folks from the can shed, if they can just hear that and consider doing that voluntarily, that would be wonderful. But I appreciate our city attorney's opinion as well.
In our existing zoning code, can you walk through some of the standard buffering requirements that we'd see in all these zones? I mean, shrubs and setbacks is going to...
Screening standards?
Yeah, screening standards.
I'm not sure if I could do that off the top of my head. Those screening standards tend to be for parking lot areas, so we're not proposing to change any of those. So if a commercial zone already requires screening of those areas, it would also, this use wouldn't trigger any special screening.
Okay.
You can imagine this use being in a strip center and a variety of uses coming and going from those tenant spaces and not impacting the parking lot.
Good. And then, would this allow, I've seen in other communities, they have drive-through can redemption. Would our zoning code allow that?
I haven't seen that. It's intended to occur entirely inside the building. If you want to drive through, you'd have to get a special exception for a drive-through, and I'm not sure of all the standards where a special exception is even allowed. There's some zoning districts, like neighborhood commercial, the only types of drive-throughs you can have are for a bank and I think one other type of use, so you couldn't have a restaurant drive-through. So I think the possibility of a drive-through might exist, but it would go through an extra special exception review at the Board of Adjustment, and they would look at a site plan and take into consideration the impacts at that point.
Okay.
I don't know specifically, though, which of these zoning districts do and don't allow drive-throughs.
Thank you. All right, anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Welcome. There is a sign-in sheet right there, and you'll be able to sign in and give us your name and the city you're from. And this is also an opportunity where the public can speak to the council, but we cannot engage or debate until the appropriate time for council discussion. But welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name's Troy Willard. I'm the owner of the Can Shed, here to kind of see where, what the questions may be and stuff and how we can address that. Just from that conversation, I certainly recognize that we do have regular customers who bicycle and a lot. So I think that would be a value-added thing for us to have some type of accommodation for that. Outside of that, you know, we're excited about the opportunity to move into some better space that has more visibility, more access, and again allows us to bring some of the latest, greatest technology in the redemption world to Iowa City. So,
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close.
Before you close the hearing?
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
So before I close the public hearing, is council inclined to vote with P&Z? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to give first consideration, please?
So moved. Done.
Second, Harmson.
Council discussion.
I think that this makes life easier for residents in our community trying to take back cans. I'm dating myself here, but I remember as a kid what it was like before we had this bottle law and the amount of trash, the cans that would show up in highway ditches all over the place. More recently, I was in Kansas City a year or two ago, and they don't have this, and I saw that again. So making this easier, making it more convenient for residents of our city under the new Iowa law, I think is a big win. So.
I'd just like to say, I think it's be great too if the people show up with thing that can't be redeemed, if we make it as easy as possible for people to get that recycled anyway. I know sometimes you have that extra water bottle that doesn't have, it's not worth a nickel, but being able to make that available for recycling would be great.
Really support the work you do, and thank you for being here.
Supports climate action. All right, roll call, please.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Sella?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 9B, zoning code amendment, tobacco sales oriented retail uses. Ordinance amending Title 14 and Title Zoning Code to address tobacco sales oriented retail uses. This is the first consideration. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Don, seconded by Salah. And anyone, well, before we go there, we'll have our city attorney kind of start us on this item.
Well, as council will recall, we discussed this item last meeting, and there was a change made at the meeting for the grandfather rights upon a cessation of sales, went from 90 days to 1 year, and I opined that that would be a non-substantive change and thus could move forward. I have since, as council is aware, reconsidered that following the 3-2 vote on that motion and some public opposition. It's become clear that this is a substantive matter. And also to, just out of an abundance of caution, in the event that there's ever litigation in this matter, I thought it'd be best that we treat it as a first reading. That said, the ordinance before you is as amended. And there have been no other changes since the last time, so I really don't have anything else to report.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Eric on council?
I did have a question on, especially because it was a 3-2 vote and in light of some of the additional information, what would it take, or what's the process if the council wanted to either go back to the 90 days, consider doing that, or looking at a different number that is not 1 year or 90 days?
I'll take those two in turn. So to return to 90 days, that would be a motion to reconsider because you're basically undoing the vote that took place at the last meeting. While as Robert's rules allow for any member who was on the prevailing side plus any member who was absent to make that motion, the council rules limit a motion to reconsider to just those who are on the prevailing side. So those, any of those three council members who are on the prevailing side of that motion to amend to make the motion. After the motion is made, if there is a motion made, any council member, regardless of whether they're on the prevailing side or not, could second the motion. So that's to go back to 90. If it is the will of council, or if there's a motion to change it to anything other than 90, then that would just be a fresh motion to amend. Any council member could make it, any council member could second it, and it would be a motion just like the last time, that is 4 votes to prevail. I shouldn't say like last time, because last time we had 5 members, and so it only took 3 votes. This time we have 7 members present, so 4 votes would be required to pass the motion.
Further question, if there was a successful motion to reconsider that was accepted and it went back to the 90 days, would this be considered a second consideration?
This would be second consideration?
As amended.
I would say that the next one would be a first consideration.
Okay.
This is motion to reconsider.
That is, it would be a third first consideration.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I know that sounds odd, but
Yes.
because of my ruling that would be a substantive change, in turn, we would need to go back to a first reading at the next council meeting.
I get it. You don't want us to get sued.
And just,
I will note to that, of course, council, having had by that point held several meetings and had many opportunities for the public to weigh in, could certainly collapse if that was the will of council.
and just as a reminder, what's the current status of issuing tobacco permits? We still have the moratorium.
Oh, yeah, there's still a moratorium in place, and that runs until December 31st, unless it's lifted earlier by council. Based on earlier discussions with council, the plan is for us to submit that, the lifting of the moratorium to coincide with the application of whatever ultimate ordinance you folks pass.
Thank you.
Great. All right. No other questions for Eric? All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're in person, please raise your hand. Yep. Please, welcome. There is a sign-in sheet at this desk where you can sign in, and also once you start speaking, give us your name and and the city you're from. If you are online, please raise your virtual hand.
Hello, my name is
Welcome.
Bodha Gautam. I'm from the city of West Burlington, Iowa.
Okay.
And
And you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Sure.
But go right ahead.
we signed the purchase agreement for the Mormon Trek Old Come and Go, and we are moving forward to close the deal. And I'm here to make sure that We are redoing that property, making the convenience store with the gas. So we want to make sure that as long as we follow all the rules and regulation, whether we'll be able to obtain the tobacco and liquor license on that one. So that's my question.
Yeah, and we won't be able to answer, but you can speak to the council at this time.
Right. So this zoning things I read, so I thought maybe it's a good idea to come here and present what is. So that location been there for 40 years with the convenience stores, and our plan is to continue the same way, to redo the property, make more convenience store than the gas, but down the road, we will work to get the gas station too, but the beginning will be the gas station, and our request, we want to know that whether there will be the license obtainable down the road until when the lifted end of the 31st of December or something. So we want to get a little more information. That's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic?
Can we ask them questions?
You can, I'll just, when the council deliberates, council may ask either staff to respond, or the council can, follow up with the speaker.
Okay, thank you.
During our deliberations
Thank you.
only. Yes. Yes, please, come. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from. You have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. This is Dipesh Gautam, living here, Kelowna, Iowa, doing a convenience store business about a decade now, and we together try to get that property enrolled in. But while we knows that we come down to see applications process in the City Hall last week, and CU was telling us that happening all discussion here in City Hall today. So we are here to ensure that we are going to the right direction or not. So basically, the location was serving that neighborhood since 40 years. So we are thinking that we can do same thing by one more time again. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion.
Eric, can you clarify, did we have the regulation set to parks too?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
So the proposal, is it set to parks as well, or is it just schools?
Just schools and university property, not parks.
Okay, cool. So I don't want to say anything definitively, but I looked up the property. And if you guys could confirm, are you talking about 955 Mormon Trek? Yes. Okay. So just looking off of the GIS data, it looks like you guys are over 1,000 feet from West High School and way over 1,000 feet from any other educational property. So would it be fair to say that what they're trying to achieve would be acceptable?
Actually, they are within 500 feet of another tobacco retailer, I believe Fairway and perhaps Hardig Drug. I would need to check, but I believe that they are within the buffer zone, and so they would only be able to do that business that they're describing with grandfather rights in effect.
Okay.
And I'm happy to follow up with these two individuals if they'll leave their contact information with me or with Mr. Lehman here, if that would be easier. I can follow up with them.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Specifically about this property or about the ordinance more in general?
I mean, it's council discussion at this time.
Well, I guess, I don't know if any of the counselors who voted in favor of the year are willing to reconsider at this time, changing it from 90 to a year.
Oh.
They had changed it already from 90, changing it back to 90 days. Any of the three that voted for that, I'm not saying you have to, I'm just asking
Sure.
if that is, because that would guide where I go next.
Yeah. I would personally appreciate the discussion just because I am on the 90 days train personally. But yeah, it is within your rights.
I guess, I've shared in multiple meetings the rationale for that. If there's a specific question that someone has, I would be more than willing to answer that. What I will say is, when I step back and look at the entire thing that we're doing with the tobacco sales, I mean, if you want to restart, if this isn't a, if you want to, have some more conversations, I think we started this with some hopes of change in one area within the community, and then it spread across the city. And there are some unintended consequences that I think go along with this, entire blanket of what we're doing with this. So it's not perfect, but I think it is a public safety issue, a public safety concern. That's why we're going down this route. But there are other things that I think in the future we may want to consider, depending on how things are going. Right now, we just say all tobacco sales, but there are some places where we know their tobacco sales are probably not the, predominant of their business. And so they're being, everybody's in one big bubble in a way. Whereas I think if we were to, do further consideration, it may be worthwhile talking about, should we just have this blanket where every tobacco, anyone that wants to sell tobacco, whether that's 10% of their business or 90% of their business, they're held to the same standards. And I'm not exactly sure that when we started this conversation that we intended that to be the outcome, but it is the outcome. And there are people being, there's going to be some consequences that were not intentional. Tobacco is what it is. I'm making no judgment call, even though I might have stated that it wasn't, the best, but people do it. But at this point, I am comfortable, not recanting the 90 days. I think there are more important things that we can talk about if we want to relook at starting this back over, kind of for reconsideration or anything.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, Mayor, there's actually two separate kind of streams of thought. One is about the distance between buildings and like the percentages of sales towards tobacco, and whether it's fair to just do a one-size-fits-all in terms of that. The other then is about the timing of the extension, right?
Yes.
And you're still proposing a year for that. One of the things that I had heard, or have heard from constituents, is that while the impulse or the intention is to make this standard with alcohol licensing, and that it could take a year for the alcohol license, there's some unintended consequences there as well. And Eric, I think you also have been drawn into this conversation. Can you talk a little bit about where there might be confusion between, is it usage and the permitting itself? Can you please explain that?
Sure. So as part of the ordinance before you, there are 4 ways a property can lose grandfather rights that presently exist. The first is if the tobacco permit is revoked. That would be because they've sold to minors repeatedly, such that the state code would call for the revocation of their tobacco permit. The second is if the tobacco permit lapses or is discontinued for a period of 60 days or more. Recall that tobacco permits are issued on an annual basis for 1 year they expire on June 30th of every year. The third is that tobacco sales use ceases for a period of 1 year or more. That's what we've been talking
Okay,
about,
right.
90 days, changed to 1 year at the last meeting. And that was explained to allow for renovations or the kind of thing that might take longer than 90 days, I think was part of the rationale for that. But if they maintain their tobacco permit but just aren't selling, that would be the exception, or that would be the consideration or variable at play. Finally, if there's been a change of use, that is, if they sell tobacco today but they open a T-shirt shop tomorrow, they've changed the use and now their grandfather rights are gone.
Thank you.
Sure.
And you did say, I may get it, is it June 3rd or June 30th?
Oh, June 30th, I'm sorry if
And
I
that is a
misspoke.
static date. It is an annual
Yeah, that's set by
static
state
date.
code.
Okay.
Unlike liquor licenses, which go from a year from when you
Right.
applied, so they're throughout the year, tobacco is one time,
So
they all
anybody
expire.
who is selling tobacco knows that it has to be done by June 30th.
They would all have to know that, yes.
I guess something that would just be helpful for the whole council, I mean, since a number of us weren't here, where are people at? I know it would still take an action of someone who prevailed in the previous discussion, but in terms of just like the general support, where are folks at? I'm at 90 personally.
On the previous meeting, I voted no, so I was with Counselor Harmson in the negative.
Negative meaning keeping it at 90.
Keeping it at 90.
Retaining 90.
Honestly, I was one of the positives, and I would be okay going back to a motion to reconsider.
Are you making that motion?
Yes.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Alter, seconded by Harmson. Well, we can continue discussion, but it's on this item, on that part. So
Yeah,
what I
on
was.
this motion, yeah.
Yes, on the motion. So what I would say is, the 1 year, the rationale that I gave was for really current owners. And if there is a renovation that's happening, that while that's happening, there's things happening taking longer that are beyond their control. 90 days is not a lot of time in any construction at all. We have all types of construction here. So if a business owner, went through and wanted to renovate something, now they have to do it within 90 days so that they can resell the tobacco sales. I do wonder if, and maybe this is a question for Eric, I think the concern that maybe this council has in the example that we just, well, I'll not say that, but maybe the concern that this council has is, or would it be more palatable if it was only for the current owner to see sales for up to 1 year or up to 6 months? Or the council doesn't care because, or not, I'll recant that, or that doesn't matter to the council? Because I do think there is going to be a time where this council will have to reconsider a stable person, someone that has been in this community a long time, that is going to go through a major renovation, and this is going to be a sticking point, and this will come before this council, and they're going to have to reconsider making an exception where there has been other folks that have not came to council, didn't make a consideration, and that business, current owner or not, but in this new example that I'm giving, current owner would lose their business essentially, because if it's 100% tobacco sales or 90% tobacco sales, if they can't have that, then they're going to be shut down. So that's I don't know if there's any thoughts of limiting, just like we did above, for the distance and separation, how they spelled out how they are going to measure the 500 feet. talk about a straight line from the nearest property line. Do we want to just go one?
Percentages sales.
Yeah, do we want to go one step further with the tobacco sales oriented uses ceases from a period of 1 year or more? Well, I don't know if it should say more.
Well, it wouldn't be or more. That's the 1 year is the max.
Yeah, here it says or more, but it needs to be changed.
That's correct.
Well, no, that's correct because it's ceased for, I mean, the maximum
yes,
time you
I get
could.
it. Yes, yep, understood. So that's my only thing. But I'm not, I'm not going to stand on the hill and die talking about this. But I do think for business owners, it is important that they have some latitude, and we don't want to make it where they need to come back to the city to make a special request. It will happen. It's going to happen.
Mayor, before you or anyone else jumps in, I want to respond to one part of what you said, in that speaking about referencing or giving different treatment to a particular owner. This is a zoning ordinance, and so in zoning, we're more concerned with the use than the user. In fact, we have to focus on the use and not the user. So I would not think it would be appropriate to treat users differently. We have to focus on the use.
Got it. Understood and well respected. I think the reason that came to mind is because we were first considering a limit.
Yeah, a permit cap.
A permit cap, and so that's the rationale. But
Sure.
if that is not something that we should be, thinking about is more of the use, then that claim doesn't stand. So, yeah.
Can you someone let me understand? If somebody has a license and they decide to do a construction, but the license is still under effect, right?
Yes, the permit.
The permit, I mean.
Yeah, no, that's fine. The permit lasts for a year. Now, folks can turn in a permit to get a refund if they so choose, but the permit for the whole year only costs $100. So it's been the experience.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
If somebody have, for example, license for 1 year, and they have a construction, and that construction take 1 year, it's still they are not gonna. They already renew it. They lost $100, and maybe by the year over, even their license, their permit almost expired. They can renew it while they're doing renovation, right? They
Yes.
can still come and say, "I want to renew my license, even though I did not finish my renovation yet."
Right. I mean, to use the example of 955 Mormon Trek, that's a business that's been closed for months and months and months, but they still have a valid tobacco
They renew
permit
it
because they
every
renewed.
month. Okay, then what's the problem?
Well, because there's two different standards. The losing or allowing your tobacco permit to lapse, that's set at 60 days. You can't allow that for more than 60 days without losing your grandfather rights. Whereas the tobacco sales, that speaks to the use, that is the ceasing making tobacco sales. And so you could have your tobacco permit for a whole year and never sell a pack of cigarettes.
And
so
all
that's-
you lose is a $100.
That's right. You wouldn't really lose anything. You just, I guess that's opportunity cost or something. But yes,
Yeah.
you would have wasted, I guess, the $100. But my point is that you would not offend, H-1B. That is, you did not allow your tobacco permit to lapse more than 60 days. It's still renewed. It's still good. But if they didn't sell tobacco for more than a year at present, then they would still lose their grandfather rights. Otherwise, you could imagine a hypothetical in which you had a business that was closed for 10 years, but they kept renewing, the permit every year for $100 a year and could thus retain grandfather rights for that whole 10 years.
Meaning then if it's grandfather rights, it's that allows them to sell to somebody else, correct? Is that what you're?
Whatever it is.
Oh, none of this
Or
would
whatever.
prevent anyone from selling the property. The
Right.
question is just whether the
I mean,
a
that it would
subsequent use.
transfer over.
Exactly.
Yeah, whether the use could.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, right.
Regardless of owner.
That's why, Mayor, I'm just thinking, now to me, it doesn't matter if 90 days or 10 days or anything, as long as you have the opportunity to renew while you are in the.
And Mayor Pro Tem, there's a specific date once a year that it expires. So
Okay.
they know.
They know,
They
yeah,
have
our
to. It
license
doesn't.
will expire January
Yes.
1st.
Or
So before
June
that, we can go and
June
renew it
30th.
even though we are in construction and we're
Yes.
not doing anything.
Yes.
So I think here, don't you think the 90 days is not even important now?
Well, no,
Or
it
the 1
is.
year?
I mean, if you imagine, that instead of a year, it was 2 days for that part. Then if you had any kind of, we're closing up shop for a week to go on vacation to Florida. Well, now you just lost your grandfather rights because you were ceasing use for more than 2 days in this hypothetical. So you have to consider both of those two numbers. They're treated separately and have to be considered separately. So you could very well imagine a circumstance in which someone maintains their tobacco permit throughout the whole period of time, but loses their grandfather rights because they stop selling tobacco right now for more than a year. If they stop for more than a year, they would lose their rights, even if their tobacco permit was renewed every year.
Can we talk about the effective date of this then? So the ordinance is written to be effective after the final passage, but there is a moratorium. So for a new user, or for someone who wants to initiate a use
Right.
where there hasn't been use for, whether it was 90 days or a year, but they have a valid permit, what's their situation?
Well, let me first start with the timing. So the ordinance, whatever council eventually passes, would take effect upon publication. So that's going to be a little bit after the third reading, unless there's a collapse to bring it sooner. But if your question, I want to make sure I understand your hypothetical. Your question is whether someone who currently has both a permit and is actively engaged in the sale of tobacco could sell to someone else, or are you
No,
saying-
the use has stopped. So I'm just trying to get to the 90 days versus a year, right?
Sure.
So under HC, if the sale use, let's just say, has stopped for more than a year, but they
Right.
do have a valid permit, when does this restriction on the grandfathering kick in?
Well, if I understand your hypothetical right away, in the first
Does it
part.
look back and say, how long have you not been selling?
Well,
Or does it
that's-
begin at the
Well, there's two-
effective date of the ordinance?
There's two parts of it. First is kind of a retrospective versus prospective application of the ordinance, and that's subject to some argument in statutory interpretation. However, if I understand your hypothetical correctly, the definition of those who would maintain, would have grandfather rights in the first place are those who are a tobacco sales-oriented use now.
Okay.
And so that definition is any retailer actively engaged in the sale of tobacco products, cigarettes, et cetera, pursuant to a tobacco permit. So if there's a business right now, as of the passage of the ordinance, that is not actively engaged in the sale of tobacco products, our office's opinion is they don't have grandfather rights.
Okay, regardless of the 90 days or the year?
Right.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
One more technical question for City Attorney. What is assume that we pass this as it's currently written 1 year, what are the steps for modifying that in the future? If the council had an appetite to revisit that, is it another 3 hearings, or is it a simple?
It would be a trip to the Planning and Zoning Commission and then 3 readings.
Okay.
And since I missed last meeting, what was P&Z's recommendation on this?
They recommended passage. I believe it was 5-1 or something. There was one dissenting vote.
On the 90 days?
It was.
Did they reconsider with the 1 year?
They have not opined on the 1 year.
Okay.
When it was before them, it was 90 days because that's what council ultimately decided to send to them in a draft.
Okay, so they approved the 90 days 5-1, we think? Or
Yes.
It passed?
It passed. There was one dissenting vote.
And they did
Right.
not talk about the 1 year anyway, because we opened the conversation about the 1 year after it came from the planning and
Sure.
zoning here, yeah.
Sure.
I have just one more clarification question. So if someone purchased a property or purchased a business today, and let's say this was active with the 500-foot rule, but will that new business owner be grandfathered in to allow that sale?
Under this hypothetical, are they actively engaged in the tobacco sales now?
No.
Then there's no grandfather rights to protect. And so
There's-
if they're within the 500-foot buffer, they would not be allowed to get a tobacco permit.
What do you mean by active now? Do you mean like they have permit, but they are not selling tobacco for some reason right now?
That's-
Or you
oh.
mean like they don't sell tobacco before, or I don't know.
My understanding of the hypothetical posed by the mayor was that they have a permit but are not actively engaged in the sale of tobacco right now.
Okay.
And I think the question is, if that business were sold to an entity who
Another
wants
entity.
to continue, wants to also use it for tobacco sales.
Want to begin tobacco
Yes, wants
sales
to
at that
begin-
property?
Yes.
Correct.
Is that what?
Yeah, so.
Would
so-
that-
Yeah, so would they wouldn't be able to, if a school is within 500 feet, they wouldn't be able to get a tobacco license.
Or if they're within 500 feet of another retailer being the other
Correct.
part of it, you're right. We would not recognize grandfather rights on their part.
Okay.
This is complicated. You know, if like somebody, but because you said like 1 year, if you will lose your permit if you are not active selling for 1 year, right?
That's one of the 4 ways you can lose your grandfather rights, yes?
But if I was not, like, I'm not selling tobacco right now, I have a permit, and I want to sell my business, I'm not selling tobacco for less than 1 year. I'm selling my business to someone. They are not going to get the grandfather?
Well, right, because the whole nature of grandfather rights is protecting present uses. That is, you're presently engaging in this behavior that was legal at the time that you began doing it, but then there was a change in zoning laws that made it illegal, made it non-conforming, illegal non-conforming use. But in the hypothetical that I think we're discussing at present, if you've got, I'll say, a location that is not actively engaged in the sale of tobacco products, then they do not have grandfather rights because they're not currently doing so. They don't fall under the definition of a tobacco sales-oriented use as proposed in this ordinance.
But because, I mean, like, they did not selling it because they have, for example, construction or anything, less than 1 year. Not because, they don't sell it because.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to think of how, for example, if there was a permittee who 3 months ago closed down they were selling tobacco, they got a permit, and they were actively engaged, and they closed down for 3-4 months throughout the process of us working through this ordinance, but then, begin again before you folks passed your ultimate bill, then I would say, yeah, if by the time this bill passes, they had active use, then they have grandfather rights, and, those rights would be protected, subject to these 4 exceptions that are outlined below. Is that responsive to your question?
Yeah, it is, but even though if they close because there is a reason to close, not because they want to run out, they don't want to do the business anymore, but they close because they want to fix their store or anything. That's why they hold. They are not selling currently, but their intention is to continue. But after that, they decide to sell this business to somebody else.
Yeah, this is getting a little tricky. I'm feeling like I'm going out on a limb a little farther than I feel comfortable on the fly. I would need to think about that one. I mean,
Yeah.
I think your question ultimately is when, and you tell me if I'm wrong, when is the ultimate point of time that matters insofar as whether they have grandfather rights? Is that essentially your question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll need to give a little more thought to that.
Question. What constitutes actively selling?
Selling. I don't know how to answer that
So,
question.
so if someone sold a pack of tobacco, cigarettes or whatever, that's considered active sale?
Yeah,
Does it have to
it's-
be like doing it every day, or is it within a period of time?
A period of time is what
Well,
we're
yeah, I mean,
discussing.
if they sell 1 pack of cigarettes every month, then that wouldn't offend the, ceased sales timeline here. I know that would seem to be I don't know, pro forma or some, I don't know what, or tokenism, but I would probably say that they preserve their rights.
Okay.
Any other comments on this? And for clarity, this is the reconsideration of returning back to 90 days. So that's what we're going to be voting on. If no other comments, roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Sella?
No.
Teague?
No?
Alter?
Yes. Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2, and we are back to.
Was it 5-2?
5-2.
Oh, 5-2. I can't count tonight. All right, 5-2. And we are back, so that has been reverted back to 90. And so at this point, we're going to have to, it's going to be a new first consideration.
It'll be a new first consideration next month, or next meeting.
So do we take further action at this point?
Sure.
No, I would just defer until the next meeting.
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Dunn, seconded by Mo to defer this item until November 4th. And we'll do a roll call, please.
Mo?
Yes.
Sella?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We are on to item number 10. 10A is Kratom ban, ordinance amending Title VI entitled Public Health and Safety to create a new Chapter 11 entitled Kratom to prohibit its sale and distribution. This is the second consideration. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dunn, seconded by Salah. And if you are in City Hall and you want to speak on this topic, please raise your hand. If you're online, please raise your virtual hand, and I'll call upon you. Okay. Welcome. And just to remind folks that this is an opportunity for you to speak to the council. The council will not be able to engage in discussion or debate, but the council may ask staff to respond to a concern or a question posed by the public or to follow up with the speaker afterward. The council can ask questions during their deliberations. Welcome.
Hey everybody, my name is Carolyn Sheriff Ryan. I live in Iowa City on Spencer Drive, and I hope I never have to move again. It's good to be back. I oppose this ban, and these are my reasons. My understanding of the law is that in order for this to be legal, the council needs to demonstrate that kratom is a threat to public health. I don't think the council has, and I don't think the council should try to do this. So far, it seems like all of the evidence has been mostly hearsay, anecdote, references to inconclusive data, and research that provides more questions than answers. So my first point is just the necessity to pass this ordinance in order to protect public health. It hasn't been demonstrated. I don't think that this will improve public health. The second reason that I oppose this ban is because of what we've learned from the war on drugs, which is that criminalizing the sale of a substance doesn't make it go away. It just pushes it to deeper and darker places. So banning the sale of kratom in Iowa City doesn't mean people in Iowa City will lose access to it. It just means that we all lose, you all lose, an opportunity to gain access to and engage with people who are using kratom. And I just want to invite you for a moment, and hopefully for further discussion, to think about what it would mean to have access to local stores and local people who buy and sell this substance. This is especially important, and this is why I'm here, because a real public health issue is the opiate epidemic. And research, including the research referenced in the Mayo, in the ordinance itself, you referenced Mayo. Some of the research cited there is a study of thousands of people who use kratom, and I think the number was 41% say they use it in lieu of using opiates, which can actually kill you and does kill people. In 2017, I lost 3 friends to the opiate epidemic. The state of Iowa lost about 300, and this last year, the state of Iowa lost 400. more than 400 people. So the opiate epidemic is the real issue, and it was alluded to at the last meeting or mentioned that there are barriers to the treatments that are recommended by the Mayo Clinic, et cetera, for opiate addiction. And people do use this substance, the research is there, as a way of reducing harm and fatalities. So in addition to having some personal experience with people who have died from the use of opiates, I also worked for a number of years in the homeless response system and worked with my clients on generating harm reduction related goals. For some people, the use of Kratom helps them stay alive. So keep it above the table. Engage vendors and users in creative ways. Don't ban the sale.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go online. We're going to have Heidi come and speak, followed by Mac. Please state your name and city you're from. You'll have up to 3 minutes. Welcome, Heidi.
Hi, my name is Heidi Sephora. I'm a nurse practitioner and healthcare executive who had to retire early due to disability. I actually earned my doctorate in 2011, but by 2015, my severe pain and inability to stand longer than a few minutes made me leave the workplace. I was eventually diagnosed with several rare disorders that should have been diagnosed as a child, but were not. Chiari malformation, which basically means that my brain is outside my skull and puts a lot of pressure on my spinal cord. A tethered spinal cord also causes severe pain. Ehlers-Danlos hypermobility is a connective tissue disorder that causes pain, and hereditary alpha septicemia. Unfortunately, because of my brain condition, I'm very sensitive to pharmaceuticals, and I have not been able to find any pharmaceuticals that would help my pain. Thankfully, I was able to discover Kratom, and it has just been a real lifesaver for me. It reduces my pain without leading to the dizziness, confusion, and fatigue caused by oxycodone, and has really given me my quality of life back that helps me enjoy my children and my grandchildren. So I am actually want to say a little bit about the hardship that it causes when something is banned. My permanent home is in Wisconsin, but I have a second home in Illinois and have to travel frequently to Illinois so that I can have a quality of life. So I hope that you will consider the kind of hardship that is created with bans. And just like the last speaker talked about, that it really is a harm reduction tool. And it's also used by so many people like me that really need it for chronic severe pain. Without it, unfortunately, people can turn to other illicit drugs or even the prescribed drugs that have a much higher risk profile. So I thank you for your time and appreciate you hearing me tonight.
Thank you. Heidi, please state what city you're from.
I'm Grafton, Wisconsin, but I'm talking to you from Wakanda, Illinois.
Thank you.
So I have to travel between the two states because of the ban in Wisconsin.
Thank you. Welcome, Mac, and we'll have that followed by Susan.
Thank you, Mayor Teague and members of the council. My name is Mac Haddo. I'm the Senior Fellow on Public Policy with the American Kratom Association. We're based in Gainesville, Virginia, but we represent the more than 20 million Americans across the United States, including in Iowa City, who are consumers of Kratom products. I wanted to address two important issues. First is, in the last meeting, there was a discussion about how someone had expropriated the identities of Iowa City residents, and we have called upon through letters to you and filing a complaint with the police department to to actually investigate this because we believe that it's a serious issue. Even if it's a well-intentioned Kratom supporter that did that, it is inappropriate and wrong, and the public policy discussion should not be influenced inappropriately by that kind of activity. We hope that you will accept our request for this investigation, and we will fully cooperate. Secondly, in reviewing the materials that is before the council, I can tell you with certainty that most of what you are relying upon is outdated. And I would refer you to the Food and Drug Administration itself, which refused to testify in a federal court proceeding in 2024 under the orders of a federal judge on the question as to whether kratom was dangerous or not in the course of a trial involving a import alert violation. And the judge wanted to know the severity of the sentencing that he was about to impose on this individual, who, by the way, was stone cold guilty of importing it inappropriately. But what the FDA said in an official communication to the court was that the FDA, have not yet come to a determination as to whether kratom is dangerous or not. That's an important point, that even the FDA today cannot do that. We found out shortly after that court proceeding why. The FDA has conducted a safety study called a single ascending dose study, which looked at kratom to determine whether or not humans could safely consume it. They expected that they would see serious adverse events at very small doses. They got to 12 grams, which is 12,000 milligrams of kratom consumed in a 5-minute period, and all they observed was nausea, in both the placebo group and in the kratom users. And the FDA, determined, and it's in writing and publicly available, that kratom appears to be well tolerated at all dose levels. The Mayo Clinic merely repeats what the outdated information that they are getting from the FDA, and they have not done one study, but Johns Hopkins University does, the University of Florida has, all of that at the behest of the National Institutes on Drug Abuse, which has spent more than $100 million in studying kratom. And their conclusion is kratom should be available today to Americans because it is a harm reduction tool. We hope you will listen to those messages of credible institutions, credible researchers, and not fall victim to outdated information, which even Assistant Secretary for Health Jawad said in rejecting the FDA's premise, it was based on embarrassingly poor evidence.
Thank you. And Mac, will you just state what city you're from? I know that you're with Kratom.
Right, we're based in Gainesville, Virginia, but as I mentioned, we represent consumers across the United States, including in Iowa City.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to have Susan speak, followed by Misty. Please state your name and city you're from.
Yes, I'm Susan Eppard, and I'm from Muskegon, Michigan.
Welcome.
Thank you. My 22-year-old son, Matthew, died from using kratom powder, which is the least potent form of kratom available in the United States. Kratom caused him to have a seizure, go into cardiac arrest, and die. His toxicology showed he had no prescription drugs, no street drugs, nor alcohol in his system, and that he had no underlying health conditions and was not epileptic. I am a member of the group Kratom Danger Awareness, created by a mom who lost her only child, and hundreds of our members have lost loved ones to kratom deaths. There is a Reddit Quitting Kratom that has over 40,000 people who have suffered from kratom addiction. All kratom is illegally imported into the United States by falsely labeling it as tea, fertilizer, incense, etc., and labeling it not for human consumption. The FDA continues to warn against using kratom. Their website shows they haven't changed their minds about kratom, and they are actively collecting information through the FDA Adverse Events Reporting System. Anyone can go there and view all the kratom poisonings, injuries, and deaths that have been reported to them. I have spoke with the FDA, and they are actively collecting information on every kratom product that is causing deaths. The American Kratom Association has over 40 kratom vendors advertising on their website of so-called GMP qualified, and several of them are involved in kratom wrongful death lawsuits. Kratom is dangerously similar to opiates and shouldn't be sold out of gas stations and smoke shops with unlimited supply to the consumer. I've been to hundreds of establishments that sell Kratom, and when I ask, what is the dose and the side effects, most say they are not allowed to answer that question and tell me to search online. I also asked, is it possible to die from using Kratom? And without exception, they all said no. My son was playing cards with his girlfriend, and he went into a seizure and fell on the floor and went into cardiac arrest. And she called me, and it took me about a half hour to get there. And when I got there, they said he's so sorry. Your son didn't make it. And it took a while for them to get him ready and let me go in and see him. And when I went in, he was still laying on the kitchen floor, still intubated. He was gray and cold and stiff. And I could tell he was no longer there.
Thank you, Susan.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to call on Misty, followed by Bud. Please state your name and city you're from.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, Mayor Teague and council members. My name is Misty Brown, and I'm a loud and proud Kratom advocate from Colorado. I would just like to say that today is my son, my third child's birthday. He is turning 20 years old, and if I wouldn't have found Kratom over 5 years ago, I would not be alive today to witness him turning 20 years old. He is also turning me into a grandma. I will be having a grandbaby here in a couple months. I myself was a victim to the overprescribing opioid epidemic. I was in chronic pain management for over 11 years. I got fired from my pain management doctor in April of 2019 because the government decided to get involved and tell the doctors how much and what they can prescribe to chronic pain patients. When I got fired, I picked up doing cocaine. June 2019 was when I watched that documentary, A Leaf of Faith, and I walked straight into a smoke shop the next day to buy Kratom. That is what you guys are trying to ban. You're trying to ban the sale of it, and that right there could be somebody's lifeline, somebody's life jacket to keep their head above addiction waters so that they can work on their whys of addiction like I have. Kratom is not similar to opiates. If it was, I would be begging, borrowing, stealing, and doing immoral things to get more when I run out. I only dose 1 teaspoon once a day. I take 1 to 4 days off every week. So once again, Kratom is not similar to opiates. It is my harm reduction tool. It is my chronic pain management answer. I can't pray my pain away. I will forever be dependent on something. But as far as addiction potential for me, no. Pure unadulterated Kratom is not addictive. It is just as addictive as coffee. And nobody bats an eye that people brag about being addicted to coffee. Why? Why is that? Because it's socially acceptable. The mainstream media and our government puts a bad name on Kratom. And unfortunately for some of you guys sitting up there, you fell for that. You fell for the mainstream media. So follow the science. Don't ban the sale of Kratom. Let that be somebody's lifeline to save their life. Allow them to walk into a smoke shop and buy what will potentially save them so they can be alive for their kids and grandkids. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Welcome, Bud, followed by Laura.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I don't use Zoom very often, so I apologize. My name is Bud, and I have been consuming Kratom for over 7 years.
Please state what city you're from.
What city?
Yes, please.
Syracuse.
Welcome.
Syracuse, New York.
Great.
So I started taking drugs when I was 13 years old. I lived through a childhood that no child should have to live through. And I started stealing my father's pain pills when I was 13, and there were hundreds of extra pain pills in the house, so my father did not even know that I was stealing them. I spent 17 years doing any drug that you can think of. Heroin, crack, meth, Molly, if you name it, I've done it. And I have lost a lot of friends to opiates, a lot of young 20-year-old friends to opiates. I never thought that I would be the kind of person who could buy a house, keep a job, and I have 4 children, and those 4 children have a father in their life, a good father who takes care of them. And they have that father because of Kratom. Because without Kratom, I would be abusing some sort of substances. Now, it's not just illegal drugs that I've had issues with, it's also prescription drugs. When I found Kratom, I was going through withdrawals from Xanax that was prescribed to me. The amount of Xanax that was prescribed to me was 8 milligrams per day. And I don't know if you know how much Xanax that is. That is about 4 times the amount that an adult should be prescribed. So I was being overprescribed Xanax. I don't blame it on the doctor. I said to the doctor that the Xanax wasn't helping, so he gave me more. The withdrawals that I went through on Xanax were worse than any illegal drugs that I had gone through withdrawals on. And someone suggested that I try Kratom. And I tried Kratom, and 7 years later, I use Kratom responsibly. I don't overdo it. And my mental health is better than it has ever been in my life. And I will tell every single person that Kratom saved me. And I have talked to personally thousands of people who have said the same thing that I'm saying, that Kratom saved them. And the difference between Kratom and a drug, because Kratom is not classified as a drug.
Thank you, Bud.
It does not.
Thank you. Welcome, Laura, followed by Jennifer. Laura, please state your name and city you're from. You're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Laura Romney, and I'm from Layton, Utah, and I am a chronic pain patient and a 7-year Kratom consumer. I was actually on daily oxycodone for a few years and was able to transition off of oxycodone and only take Kratom to control my daily pain. And I'm here to please oppose that, the possible ban of taking this out of your retail establishments. As you've heard tonight, it's used to control pain, to reduce anxiety, and to obviously to stay off addictive drugs and things like heroin and other opiates. But I want to say, most importantly, these are symptoms that you just can't wish away. More than anything, I would love to be able to say that I took nothing. That would be, I would give my left kidney for that. But it's something I know that I'm going to need to rely on. I have an incurable disease called trigeminal neuralgia. And people that struggle with severe anxiety and then again addiction, they cannot just merely wish it away. They have to find something to help them. And the problem is we are in the middle of an opiate epidemic. And right now it's near impossible to get a pain medication prescription or a benzodiazepine prescription for anxiety. And so people are becoming suicidal. I follow a patient pain group where the administrator, she gets numerous letters a week of people literally ready to commit suicide because they don't have pain control. And a lot of are turning to the black market, which those pills are laced with fentanyl and other very dangerous substances. Another issue is mental health. My own daughter, she has severe ADHD, and she has been unable to fill her prescription this past month due to medication shortages. So it's for people like that are really relying on this as a lifeline. And, I live in the state of Utah, which has passed the Kratom Consumer Protection Act. In fact, there are 13 other states who have passed it. And so there is a correct way to do this. Instead of banning it, you need to have it regulated. The solution is not to, not to take it away, but to make sure it's not given to or not allowed to be sold to minors. It's properly tested and labeled. And so, I highly suggest you work with the American Kratom Association to try to get the, Kratom Consumer Protection Act passed in Iowa so that, the patients like myself and others that we've heard of tonight have access. And in closing, I received a text today. I'm actually in Tennessee tonight, but I received a text from my friend or my coworker who is a former commander of investigation for the state police in Utah. He's also a Kratom consumer for his pain. And he said to me, it was funny, I was landing and I saw his text. And he said, I rolled my ankle, and he said, I've been in so much pain. Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Welcome, Jennifer, followed by Kevin.
Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jennifer Gillis, and I reside in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm here this evening as an advocate for those in Iowa who may not be able to make it this evening to have their voices heard. But I just want to ask you to reconsider the ban on Kratom and instead focus on regulation. In 2005, I was diagnosed with transverse myelitis, the rare condition that lets me to live the rest of my life not only with physical limitations, but also chronic pain. Over the next decade, I tried all kinds of different pain management techniques, along with numerous prescription and over-the-counter medications in an attempt to just manage my pain to live. But nothing really alleviated my suffering. My life was confined by pain, leaving me unable to be the mom that I wanted to be, the wife, or even just the person I wanted to be. In May of 2019, I found Kratom, and for the past 5 years, I've used it responsibly, and it's given me a second chance at life. My physical limitations are still present, but the constant pain that used to control my life is no longer my reality. I can get out of bed, run errands, attend school functions, and live somewhat of a normal life. I understand Kratom has a lot of controversy around it, but I agree, safety is important. And so instead of an outright ban, I encourage you to look into regulation. An outright ban would strip adults of the freedom to make informed, educated decisions about our health. Kratom has been a lifeline for people like me, offering relief where other treatments have failed. Please don't take this lifeline. Regulate it, ensure safety, but don't ban it. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. We have two more speakers. I'm going to actually ask Michael to come before we hear from Kevin. Welcome, Michael. Please state your name and city you're from. We can't hear you. You're on mute.
Hello, my name is Michael Rivera. I'm from Des Moines, Iowa. I'm speaking on behalf of the people in Iowa City that consume Kratom. I've been a consumer of Kratom for the past 6 years.
So, Michael, we can't hear you. So the reason I called up Michael is because I saw that he kept going in and out. So he may have a bad connection. Welcome, Kevin. Please state your name and city you're from.
My name's Kevin Mumm. I'm from Wade Park. A ban on Kratom is ridiculous. The leading Kratom experts in the United States recommend access. The citizens of Iowa City, including but not limited to nurses, construction workers, athletes, use it to relieve their pain and live a fully functional life without using opioids. Banning Kratom will leave their citizens seeking alternatives like opioids, opening the risk of dependency and death. If you haven't forgotten, we're in the midst of an opioid crisis that is killing hundreds of thousands every year. A research study by Jack Penningfield in PubMed says overdose deaths are greater than 1,000 times for opioids than for kratom. If an opioid user would switch to kratom, nearly all of those lives would be saved. We know that death by kratom isn't accurate. We know that fentanyl and novel psychoactive drugs are not routinely being tested for and have been found to be the true cause of death after further testing. The World Health Organization studied kratom and found that less than 1% of cases of kratom reported events into the United States poison data system were medically serious. The World Health Organization also found that kratom was not the primary cause in the vast majority of kratom-associated deaths, but rather was an incidental finding. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael hasn't come back, but Michael, if you do return within the next few seconds, I will allow you to continue your comments. I'm going to close the public comment period. Now, council discussion.
Well, I know some of you have kind of heard my position on this before, but for the benefit of my fellow council members who weren't able to be here for the last meeting, I do support this ban for a couple of reasons. One is certainly because of the FDA warning saying that this is a substance of concern. And that's, to me, that is one piece of the puzzle that I think is important. One is because, just sort of thinking about it logically, when we have so many claims about this particular substance, kratom, and claims are that it can help deal with various testimony we've heard over several weeks, alcoholism, opioid addiction, anxiety, depression. If those claims are true, then that indicates to me that this is a substance that has some sort of significant and profound effect on the human body. Otherwise, it wouldn't have any impact. This would just be we'd be talking about a placebo effect. But there is, again, sort of that lack of understanding and full research that this is a safe product. And we do have, so it's kind of like if you can, to me, it's like kind of wanting to have it both ways. It's significant and it helps people, but we don't really know why and how, and we can't really say for sure. And then to make the claim that it has these impacts but doesn't have some side effects just seems really, seems on its face not super, I don't find that to be super credible, super believable. And then adding in the fact that I haven't heard anything about any actual doctors or people who do, actual medical drug rehab sorts of things that are prescribing this as a substance. So that raises questions in my mind as well. More specifically, one of the other reasons too, I support a ban on the sale of this in our city. Is because of something that came up kind of during our discussion of the tobacco ordinance, when we heard from the county public health, and that is the prevalence of the advertising and the impact the advertising has, especially on young people as they walk past tobacco shops, walk into and past convenience stores and things like that, where these are, advertised in great big lights. The reason you have advertising is in order to convince people to buy whatever the product is. And so I do see, from like a public health standpoint and a public health thinking about the impact of not just the substance, but the marketing of the substance being so prevalent in our community at all these places that sell tobacco and other places. Those are actually pretty grave concerns for me. And so those are important to me. And then, some of the stuff that was raised by some of our colleagues at the last meeting, including the identity theft that had happened in the flood of emails that had come our way by people claiming to be in favor of kratom and not indeed being those people. And the Councilor Moe was sharing with us the recent obituary of an Iowa City resident who passed away back on August 30th. And in this thing from her family, And again, understanding that I don't have the medical examiner's report on this, but whatever happened to take this poor 45-year-old woman's life early and leaving behind 2 children, by the way, a 17-year-old and a 10-year-old, here's what the family published in the paper. In lieu of flowers, consider donating some time to write your state or federal congressional representative to raise awareness of kratom, the legal yet unregulated drug which took Liz's life and made 2 orphans, and then some instructions on how to contact a federal representative. Now, again, all of these are pieces which, to me, add up to the conclusion that it is in the public health interest of our city to vote to ban the sale of this. Now, should there be some state regulation or further stuff that indicates that, yes, indeed, this should be something we should be selling, that's fine, but we as a city don't have the ability to do that kind of work. But if the state or a federal agency like the FDA were to do that, then I would absolutely reconsider.
Thank you, Councilor Harms, and I agree that our state legislators need to take this seriously and need to be regulating this in the way that they have the tools to regulate this, and that's making sure that what is seen in stores is actually what's advertised, to make sure it's not adulterated, to make sure it's not some of these synthetic symptoms, components that are very, very, very much stronger than traditional kratom, and to make sure that they're not sold to children. And that's something our state legislature needs to do. We had people call in from different states today who, I believe them when they say it helped. But they also, many of them live in states that have regulation that restricts age, regulation that ensures that the product is actually what it's advertised to be. And so I'll be supporting this. And if our state does its job and starts regulating, I'm happy to think differently.
I didn't have the benefit of being here last meeting, but I'll just cut to the chase. This feels like really dramatic overreach to me, and I think what bothers me is the lack of evidence that you were just speaking to, Councilor Harmson, and to me, the conclusion from that is not prohibit it. The lack of evidence to me says we are not the best people to be regulating. We are not the best people to be deciding. And I think what was dispositive for me is, in looking at the tobacco ordinance changes that we appear to be on the way to, well, I guess I don't know if we're actually going to adopt them, but that's my sense, is that this is something the council is interested in doing once we get to our first reading. That the kratom ban is really something else insofar as we don't have a staff recommendation, and we have unknown fiscal impact. It was indicated in the memo that the fiscal impact would be none from, passing the ordinance banning it, but there would have to be some kind of enforcement mechanism, even if it's just the city attorney issuing municipal citations or the police, charging misdemeanors, which are the 2 potential punishments for a violation. So even if we have, it's just complaint-based or something like that, if we don't have a really active, robust enforcement mechanism, there will be a cost to our staff. There will be a cost to, it just feels like if it were very, very clearly very dangerous and this was our only tool in the toolbox, I think I would support it, but I agree that, from a harm reduction standpoint and a state legislature makes the most sense to be enacting that. Like, we are just not experts on this, and I don't think the science is clear. So I'm not going to be supporting the ban.
And I'm just going to follow up. I was against the ban in our last meeting, and Councilor Burgess said it much more eloquently than me this time around to summarize where my objections have been, but we don't know its impact. I do believe heartily in the fact that not everyone has access to the doctors and the access to more established means of getting off of drugs or of pain management, and I just think it's a lot of overreach. I really do. We don't know the FDA, well, we might tout them, and I mean this with respect, they are toothless. They have had so much money taken away. So I'm not thinking that they're cutting edge and that actually Kratom is on their radar as much. Anyway, I'm not supporting this. I'm going to be consistent. I don't believe that the city should be regulating what individuals do to this extent.
I think that this is something that I definitely struggle with. As council's probably aware, a lot of this does stem from conversations that I started during the broader discussion around the tobacco ordinance and work on that. I'm put in a position where it's difficult for me to get to a comfortable spot. This is one of those votes that it doesn't feel like we have a good place to land, at least for me, because I can recognize all the things that Councilor Harmson says as I think fundamentally good interpretations of the way the land lays. And at the same time, acknowledge that there is an abundance of people who the product, they seem to think that it helps them. That's not necessarily the most important thing in terms of our decision-making process. We have to think about the broader health of the community, understanding various predatory marketing tactics that companies that produce the product utilize, the companies that sell the product utilize. Those are all of concerns, as well as purity of the product, and I completely understand, and I think that it's a valid, important argument that needs to be made towards the broader safety of our community. Where I think I began in this broader conversation was a position of this is a substance that has some real concern. And I think that everyone here can probably acknowledge that it is concerning. It's not absolute bad, it's not absolute good, but it is concerning. The regulatory agencies say so as well. And for, however you want to take that. In light of that, I definitely believe that, at first, I agreed with the sentiment that the city is incapable of creating a satisfactory regulatory regime, and I still do believe broadly that is the case. We cannot create a regulatory regime that mandates purity, safety, or in any other way really determines for a matter of medical fact or scientific fact, for that matter, safe usage standards and requirements and regulations for this substance. At that time, believed that, okay, if we can't do that, if we can't go all the way and create the regulation that could be acceptable, the alternative is a ban. I don't necessarily know that I believe that to be the case anymore. Through my conversations with members of the community, as well as Councilor Alter, I think what at least I would support at this moment is more conformity with our tobacco regulations. So like a parallel system of regulations and permitting, a verifiable age regulation for sale, and then, should we get some more solid data, we can continue to act in the future, or the federal government or state government will act and supersede us. I think that a large focus of this broader conversation surrounding tobacco and kratom has been highly focused on minimizing the impacts to young people. And I think that to my goals and perspectives of the situation, conformity with the tobacco regulations or uniformity with the tobacco regulations would achieve that. Yeah. I'm interested in hearing if other people would be interested in that or what thoughts people have, because that would have to be a motion. That would also have to be a lot of other actions. And, you know, council's proclivities will affect the decision that I ultimately make.
I think that we had discarded, you can correct me if I'm wrong, regulating them like cigarettes for a couple reasons. Primarily amongst them is the state provides us money to do compliance checks for tobacco. And the state also makes sure that cigarettes are as they're labeled. And the state has all these kind of rules about age and marketing. And in that arena, the state has set up a system that I think we all accept. But with, you know, without really knowing what's being sold or having a system to pay for compliance, I agree with you. I can see a future where we regulate it like cigarettes, like regulate it like alcohol, like our neighbors regulate marijuana. Like I can imagine that being the right way in the future. But because we don't have a state that's a participant right now in this conversation, I'm erring on safety and that we need them to act. And maybe they will if we can get the industry to sort of say, oh wow, bans aren't good. We need to work on the state legislature to regulate.
Mm-hmm. I think the regulation is of concern when we're talking about the ban. You know, how will it be enforced? And then, yes, there will be some cost, some staff time associated with this. I'm not too worried about that part of it, but if we did have the other regulations that you kind of just alluded to, I still feel there'll be some, probably even more involvement from the city on this. It is not an easy decision, but I have to say that since this has been a controversial thing, which I did not know a lot about, and it's really sweeping the nation, there are children and there are people, you know, consuming this, and there are bad actors out there. And I know we can't control all of that. We don't know what's in any of the products in any of the stores. And so I do feel that it's a public health safety issue. And for that reason, I'm going to be voting for the ban, while I also hope that there will be more definitive things coming from either our state legislature on this particular item. But for me, I will be supporting the ban.
You know, I heard a lot of positive. To begin with, I really wasn't know about this at all. The first time I learned about it this year at the council meeting, and I have to go and read a lot about it. And I saw a lot of negative things about, like, reports there. And also, Sean mentioned that the FDA have a warning about it. And we just heard also a woman from Michigan. She was talking about how her son passed away. And to me, I cannot say it's bad or it's good, or because I don't have that expert. But if there is 1%, it could be bad things for the people of the city. I will not go with it. That's why, because of some people say yes, some people say no. I rather go with Band-Aid. And if it turns back to be good, and as, Council, Josh Moore said, and Handsome, if the regulations by the state, they decided to talk about this and do it, we can come back all the time. So I will be supporting yes for the band.
I appreciate that there are 4 of my colleagues who've indicated they want to support the ban. I do just want to zoom out for a minute and just say that it's very concerning to me that we would step into a regulatory space because of something that could cause harm in a small percentage of cases. There are so many things that fit into that category, if that's how we're going to define when we step into something, that's very troubling to me. I appreciate the arguments of my colleagues, and I hope that we will not apply that standard as deciding the issue for prohibiting the sale of other kinds of things, because there's so many things that can be misused and cause harm that I just don't think we have the expertise or the appropriate purview to prohibit in our community.
I think to clarify just a couple of points on that, to make sure that I'm being understood. With some of these other things that I think you're probably alluding to, a couple of different situations. There's a different situation with Kratom here. One of them is the FDA warning that it's a substance of concern, right? I think that's the phrase, or it's something equivalent to that. So that's something we don't have on any substance out there. And so it's not just like there's a lack of research and we don't know if it's safe or not. It's a little bit different it's a little bit more than that. And we actually have some reasons to believe it may not be safe, and reasons that are coming from the FDA. Some other substances like tobacco, for example, or alcohol, both of which we've talked about tonight, actually do have a regulatory structure that, so there is, even though you could certainly make the argument about, what the relative risks of these different substances, yet that has been taken sort of out of our hands. So to me, looking at this as just from our city, when I look at this, it's like, okay, so we have this substance, and really, I think you hit the crux, the nail on the head, even though I think we're coming down on different sides. Do we allow, since the question is before us, do we allow the sale of something there might be instance of concern, but we aren't for sure, or do we wait for it to be? Do we wait for that question to be cleared up to allow it, or do we wait for that question to be cleared up to ban it? Which is really kind of the issue that we have before us, at least the way I see it. And so I think, if I'm, hopefully not putting too many words in your mouth, I think probably we're just coming down on the opposite sides of the same coin there.
Yeah.
And that's why. It's not just sort of a random thing. There's, to me, like some of the stuff like the FDA concerns are relevant, some of these other concerns that have been brought up. And then, of course, the marketing to kids. That's one thing that, to me, would be a benefit, is immediately, at least in Iowa City, they could no longer market and sell. And to me, that's a value that I see, but I can see that, that might still feel like overreach, and I respect that opinion. So.
And also, I think, we cannot be talking about tobacco and, kids far away from the school and all these things that we've been talking about for the tobacco. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I hear that even for the Kratom, there is no even age restriction. And this is to me, and I hear that from the people who are using it and say, it helped me, relieve my pain. It helped me doing that. Just think about it, children go and just buy that and start using it. I think they will, even if they not having a pain or anything, they just want to try it, and after that, they become addicted to it. This is really just... that's really scary. That's why I'm against this.
I know that we have regulations in place through the feds and state about alcohol and tobacco, and we have talked about it in terms of how we can mitigate the exposure to children and teens about this. And yet, both of those substances are proven to kill and to be detrimental. There is no good outcome for either one of these things, right? Recreation at best. And both substances absolutely are corollary, maybe not with, I mean, there's certainly overdoses, there's cancer, but also with all assaults, burglaries, poor judgment. And I'm not railing at any, it's the conversation. I want everyone to understand that I'm not railing against my fellow counselors. But I'm just very frustrated because at the same time, and I've heard it a couple of times, we don't know anything really about it. This is the first time that we're hearing about it. So let's make a call about it. And we have had, yes, it is qualitative evidence, not quantitative, although I've been looking at indications of overdoses. They're very small. They're usually in conjunction with people who have opioid substance abuse history, and that those are also part of what's in their bodies. So I guess I'm just frustrated with the sort of notion of saying, well, we're being really good about how we're going to understand tobacco, and we've also done it in the past with alcohol to mitigate harm. Here, this is a substance of concern. It is not proven, perhaps, that there's this groundswell of kratom addiction that's even floating through our own, this came to us because it was sort of part of a larger umbrella discussion. It didn't come because, oh my God, the police are coming to us telling us kratom is running rampant. It was a suggestion that sounded like a good idea in the moment. And we don't know that much about it. We are not a medical body. We are a policy entity. And I think it's overreach. And I think the idea that we don't know about it makes it good enough for us to say, until we know more, no. I have a huge problem with that. So thank you for indulging me, my frustration, but, and I respect each and every one of you, but I can't go there. I just can't. And I'm frustrated that this even came up.
Sure. Yeah.
Any other comments by counselors? Roll call, please.
Sutla?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
No.
Burgess?
No.
Dunn?
No.
Harmson?
Yes.
Moe?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
Second.
Moved by Salah, seconded by Alter. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Mayor, I don't think we got a motion for correspondence under 9B.
Okay, great.
Get one for that.
Move to accept correspondence for 9B.
Second. Second.
All right. So I didn't, who, could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
That's me.
Who moved it?
That's me.
All right, done, seconded by Salah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, and we are on to announcements of vacancies previous. 11A, Board of Adjustment, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Climate Action Commission, 3 vacancies to fill a 3-year term. Human Rights Commission, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Human Rights Commission, 2 vacancies to fill a 3-year term. Parks and Recreation Commission, 2 vacancies to fill a 4-year term. Public Art Advisory Committee at large, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Senior Center Commission, 2 vacancies to fill a 3-year term. Applications will be received by 5 p.m. Must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, 1 vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Board of Appeals HVAC Professional, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Historic Preservation Commission Jefferson Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission Woodlawn Avenue, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term plus a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. We are on to item number 12, which is City Council information.
I just want to note one really quick thing. It's just, I think it's a nice connection for our ongoing work is that actually I applied for and was appointed onto the Empowerment and Early Childhood Iowa Area Board. So,
Congratulations.
yeah, so it's exciting and I get onboarded on Thursday. So I like the notion of us being able to sort of continue a way to know more about what's going on in terms of early childcare.
I just want to say thank you to the police department. I did a ride-along, and it was a really wonderful opportunity to see our police department collaborate with Johnson County Ambulance, as well as helping someone get to GuideLink, which is working and helping people and keeping people out of jail and getting the help they need. So it was an inspiring evening. So thanks to the department for their good work.
Oh, you did. I've been trying to do that for the past 7 years, 5 years or 7 years.
It's fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I will do it.
I mentioned this during the work session, but since it's possibly a different audience, online anyway, the Iowa City Book Festival is underway and will be continuing through the weekend in several locations, mostly around downtown Iowa City, including the Iowa City Public Library, Merge, Prairie Lights, and other venues. Highly encourage people to check out the website. Just do a Google search on Iowa City Book Festival. There are a lot of authors who will be in town talking about their books and having discussions, and members of the public, it's free to come in and see that. There'll also be some panel discussions. And since we are a UNESCO City of Literature and we have a lot of people who really vibe on that, the whole idea of literature and books, this is a wonderful event, and encourage anyone to check out some of it over the next several days.
All right, we're going to move on to item number 13, reports on items from city staff, city manager's office,
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
city attorney's office.
Me neither, thank you.
All right, city clerk.
Just another reminder for the police, or Community Police Review Board's community forum tomorrow night at the Iowa City Library, Room A at 5:30.
Great, awesome. We're on to item number 14. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Burgess, seconded by Sala. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.
I'm gonna.